How about now? You hear me now? How about an answer? Can you hear me now? It's, you know what it is? It's this stupid Streamlabs software, this OBS. Every time it updates, it resets a bunch of the settings that I have. So I went down to my HyperX microphone. I go into properties. The device has been set to default audio instead of HyperX. So I had to select HyperX and then it stops working. Every time Streamlabs updates its software, it screws up something in my settings. Anyway, what I was talking about was that I was on Twitter earlier today, and someone posted something talking about Sony fans getting all bent out of shape over the Bethesda thing. And I said, well, it's a little bit of a different situation if you're trying to compare it to what Sony has done when it came to buying studios, because all Sony has ever bought were studios that were already second-party exclusive developers for their platforms. So when they bought these studios, it didn't really take anything from people that had been used to playing their games on a different platform, because their games weren't on a different platform. Naughty Dog, only on PlayStation. Sucker Punch, only on PlayStation. Guerrilla Games, only on PlayStation. The only exception to that was 2 games from Insomniac, which was Fuse and Sunset Overdrive. I wasn't saying that buying studios was wrong. I was just making the comparison to explain why some people might be upset. And here comes, the you're just a Sony pony crowd, as usual. And I love it when these idiots that all seem to surround New Legal and some of the other guys. And, I get along with New Legal. I like New Legal. But some of the people that follow him are really brain dead. Whenever those guys show up and start throwing Sony pony, Sony pony, Sony pony, you're a donkey, blah, 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 you're a fanboy, I just start posting pictures of my game room at them. And it's hilarious to watch the mental gymnastics that hits the little gerbil wheel in their head that counts as a brain, because they don't know how to process seeing all this Xbox hardware and seeing all these Xbox games on the shelf. So then they just start throwing every insult they can think of, trying to get one to stick. You're a backstabber, you're a hypocrite, you're a narcissist, you're all these things. Me, the guy that's always talking about how I'm a 46-year-old redneck fat ass. Yeah, I'm a narcissist. They just, everything they could toss at me, and I just keep posting pictures of my game room. It drives them insane, and I love it. It's hilarious. Anyway, it is 6 o'clock. It is Saturday, May 15th, 2021, and this is the 7thCast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is off in his room. I think he's watching The Dark Knight Rises, because I distinctly heard Bane talking about breaking your spirit or your body coming out of his room before I came walking in here. Sorry about the audio problems. You can thank Streamlabs for that. Last Saturday, a week ago today, me and 8th went up to the CVS and we got our first of 2 COVID-19 vaccination shots. None of that Johnson & Johnson, none of that Moderna. We got the Pfizer goodness. We got the good stuff. And I didn't have the soreness in the arm the way other people said they did. I didn't run a temperature. I did get a migraine from it that started right behind my eyeballs. Like, I had severe pressure behind my eyeballs. And so I wasn't feeling up to it physically to stream last Saturday. And I have to go back on the 29th to get the second shot. And then there was, at the same time that was going on, there was the drama surrounding Resident Evil 8. Resident Evil 8 was for PS5 physical deluxe edition was supposed to arrive from Amazon on Friday. It doesn't show up. They mark it 6 p.m. Friday as there's a delay. It'll show up tomorrow. Nothing shows up Saturday. So by Sunday morning, still nothing. I'd called Amazon and they were like, oh, well, we know it says that it was out for delivery, but actually it was lost in the carrier facility, so we didn't have anything to bring to you. And that's all they would say. And they're, oh, we're going to get you another copy out on Sunday. Come Sunday, still nothing, so I call again, and just like with my Kingdoms of Amalur Collector's Edition from last year, I keep asking to get escalated and escalated and escalated. Finally, I get to a person in the United States, and I tell them, if you look in my history, about a year ago, this exact same thing happened. And I want you to handle it, this situation, the same way you handled that one. So what they did was they went into my purchasing history and they refunded me for something I'd purchased that was $75 in value. They then had me go and buy a $75 a digital PlayStation Store code, and then I went on to PlayStation Store and used that code to buy the digital version of Resident Evil 8 for 8th while I waited for my physical copy to show up. And my physical copy showed up yesterday, a week later, because come Monday, it still hadn't shipped, so I had to reach back out to Amazon, and they were like, well, you know what? We'll just cancel this order and send you another copy. And I'm like, why didn't you do that Friday and do it overnight shipping so I'd get it Saturday? Why all of this? Why did you guys have to give me $75 instead of just shipping me what I asked for? That's Amazon for you lately. That's Amazon for you lately. I mean, yes, they did do everything they could to rectify it, but I had to go through a ton of hoops to make it happen. I talked to 3 or 4 people before I finally got to somebody who was willing to actually do something about it, as opposed to just saying, we lost it, but it'll show up tomorrow, and it not show up tomorrow. Oh, we don't know what happened. It'll show up. Yeah. Anyway, 8th has already beaten it. He's already beaten it on the hardest difficulty. He's currently trying to get the plat. He's going through all the mercenary missions. I don't know how many of them he's gotten an S rank on yet, but he's racking the trophies up. He's also almost platted Returnal. He's got a couple of the collectible things that he still has to do, but he's already absolutely decimated everything there is to do in that game. And so at this point, he's just running around looking for these little extra things he's supposed to collect. So, and then today, the Mass Effect Legendary Edition for PS4 showed up. It just showed up a few minutes before I went live, so I have not had an opportunity to play it. I won't be able to start playing it until after the 7thCast is over. That's about it. I don't know if I still have anything else. Oh, I do have one thing coming. And this one I'm actually going to do an unboxing on because of how just bizarre the whole situation is. I'm assuming some of you are familiar with the new Ubisoft game that's coming out this month, Biomutant. I first heard about Biomutant all the way back in 2017. And so at that time in 2017, I pre-ordered the collector's edition for $119.99 on Amazon. It has been sitting in pre-order status in my account for 4 years. I got a notice this week that the collector's edition will now be shipping to my house on the 25th of this month. And here's the funny part. The collector's edition that I initially pre-ordered for $119, it's shipping for $59.95. because they now have a new collector's edition that comes with a bigger statue, and the one that I ordered comes with a littler statue, and so they had to lower the price of that one so it wouldn't be the same price as the new one that they came out with. So May 25th, Biomutant Collector's Edition with a little statue of the raccoon guy, $59.99. Because I know I don't cancel my pre-orders. I don't care how long ago it was. I leave them in there. Because you never know what they might do to the price if it's one that's been delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. The only difference to that has been the Polymega, because screw those guys. They caused me so many problems with my bank account because of that mess with Walmart. Never heard from them. Didn't get an email from them. Not an apology, not nothing. So I just canceled all of it. Screw them. Screw every last one of them. So I've sat and watched 8th play Resident Evil 8 in the big room, in the game room. And I watched him play through almost the entire game. Took him about 5 hours. And he was playing on the hardest difficulty. He went through the hardest difficulty in about 5 hours. And it seems like a fun game. It's a lot more, action-y than traditional Resident Evil. I know that, they've put a lot more action in the remakes of 2 and 3, and of course starting with 4, that there was more action. And this game actually feels almost like a first-person reboot of 4 in a lot of ways. It's very similar, but it just feels a lot. Watching the footage of it and watching him play it, it reminded me less of what I think of when I think of Resident Evil, and reminded me more of like BioShock. It really reminded me of BioShock in the way that things are laid out, and having to go here and get this and then go over there and do that. It just had a real BioShock feel to it to me, and that's not a bad thing. It's just not what I usually think of when I think of Resident Evil. So again, I don't have an Xbox Series X, so we were playing it on PS5. I saw a couple of frame rate dips, but for the most part, it stayed a solid 60 frames per second. There were a few scenes where it dropped. It didn't drop a tremendous amount, but it was visible to me. Graphics are outstanding. Of course, we were playing it in 60 frames per second with ray tracing turned on. If we had turned the ray tracing off, that might have, dealt with the frame rate issues it's having. I don't know. I just know it looks really good. It's probably, next to Demon Souls, the most impressive visually of any game that's been released for the new generation so far. It's really a nice set of eye candy. But anyway, that's pretty much everything as far as preset topics. I talked about that for like 17 minutes. So let me scroll up and look at the comments, and we'll start answering questions. Okay, let's see here. What do you think of Resident Evil 8? Just went through that. Do you think Universal Studios should take down the Simpsons ride and bring Back to the Future back, since Simpsons mainly belongs to Disney now? Didn't they actually tear down the building for the Back to the Future ride? I thought they fully demolished it and built something else there. I'm not being mean, but you're stupid for doing the poison shot. That's something I'll never do. Oh, wannabe. Do I look like I'm poisoned? Do I? Hi, Jacoby Mans. That's why I prefer buying in a local game store. Well, a lot of times I do buy in a local game store, but of course with the coof going around, I haven't really been going out game shopping that much. Although I had a little conversation with Jay from the Game Chasers on his stream a few nights ago, and he wanted to know if I was going to be coming to the cons. I told him I wasn't going to have the money in time to make it to the one in Houston, which is happening in July. But I'm depending on how things go, I may try to make it to the one in October in Arlington. What are your thoughts on Boogie in jail? Don't really care. I don't really care. That's his life. It's none of my business. That being said, a troll that's been bugging the crap out of you online and tells you that he's going to come out to your house and confront you, and he actually shows up, my first inclination would just be to call the cops and have the cops escort him off the property and, press charges for trespassing. But, if you're in a situation where you don't know if that person could be armed, have malicious intent, etc., somebody on the front porch might have to get effed up a little. I'm not saying, grievous bodily harm, but, inflict a little bit of the hurt on them enough to where they know not to be walking around on your porch anymore. So, it's none of my business. It's not really something that I think I have any business talking about. But from a certain perspective, I understand why he did what he did. Hi, Master Millions. What do you think of Biomutant? It looks kind of weird. To me, it kind of looks like an open world Ratchet and Clank. Like Ratchet and Clank as an open world action RPG. I'm willing to give it a try. And I'm wondering how rare that collector's edition is going to end up being, considering everything that's gone on with it. Wow, you only have to wait 2 weeks to get your second shot. I can't even get mine until August. Well, when I went to the CVS website, it's like I booked the first one, and they said we can book the earliest we can book your next one is this. And I was like, okay, and I just selected it. So the first one was like last week, or like the what was it, like May 7th or whenever it was, and then the newest one was the next one is going to be on the 29th. So me and 8th are going back up there on the 29th. Now supposedly the second one is the one where you have the most side effects, where you run a fever and you might get nauseous and cold chills and stuff like that. We'll see. Lab rat, why would anyone get an untested vaccine? Well, it's been out for a while now. And, I did my research on it. The Pfizer one is the one with the highest effective rate and the lowest number of side effects. Yeah, I wasn't going to get the Moderna, and I sure wasn't going to get the Johnson & Johnson. So I went with the one that came highest recommended, and that's been the Pfizer. I went to my doctor's office. All we've got is Moderna. I was like, nope, where can I get the Pfizer? And they gave me a list of everyone that had the Pfizer in the area, and so I called them up and scheduled it. It was easy. I was in and out in 5 minutes. And aside from, like I said, having a slight migraine from behind my eyeballs that made it to where I really didn't want to be staring at the screen with bright light in my face, I didn't really have any side effects. And to be honest with you, that might not have even been the shot, because that was the first time that I'd really been out of my house in the spring. So I got a nice big nose full of pollen going outside that day. And so that could have just been pollen reaction. It could have been a sinus headache. I don't know. Let's see here. Thoughts on Scarlet Nexus? Haven't played it. Seen footage of it. Looks interesting. Haven't played it. 7th, about the PS5 version of the Avengers. It's a shame that the game is stuck as a game as a service, because the combat is pretty fun. Playing at 60 frames per second feels pretty good. Such a shame. Well, if it had been a single player offline game, I would have been more interested in it. Or if this was just a what they actually sold was just a separate multiplayer mode and it had an offline single player campaign, I might have given it a shot. But with it being basically Anthem, there was no way I was going to buy that game. No way. I just got booked in for the first shot June 1st. Boogie's not in the Bubba house. Boogie bonded out almost immediately. He checked himself in, and I think he had an arraignment, and then his lawyer got him out. He didn't spend any real time behind bars. Seventh, did you get Near Replicant? No, I didn't. I didn't want to pay $60 for it. When it's cheap, I'll buy it. Seventh, why is it that music videos on YouTube get so much more views than non-music videos? Is it because people listen to the songs over and over again? It's because they'll build a playlist, and then while they're working or whatever, they'll just click on that playlist, and so depending on how many songs are in that playlist, it'll repeat those songs over and over and over again, and it's just to have background noise. It's just to have background noise. And so they're basically using YouTube as their jukebox. That's why they have so many views. Have you watched the HBO documentary on QAnon? Yeah, I did. It was interesting. Do you think we're at the end of the pandemic? No, I think as far as like worldwide panic, blah blah blah, for the U.S. we're coming out of it. India is another story. But for the long term, I think it's going to just end up being like the flu, where every year you're going to have to go and get a shot. I think that's what it is. Every year you're going to have to go and get a shot, and COVID will never go away, but it may just weaken to where it's a flu-like thing. And people die of the flu every year, so just saying. But look at me. Do you see anything wrong with me? You already know that I have a myriad of health problems. I'm on all sorts of medications. I'm on diabetic medications, and I'm on this rosuvastatin stuff to lower cholesterol to keep my heart from being clogged, even though I have low cholesterol already. And I'm on all sorts of different therapies and all this stuff for my health. I took the shot. Nothing. No fever, no clog, no hard problems breathing. Didn't even get sore in my arm, except for like this tiny little spot where they actually gave me the injection. That was it. Nothing. Might be a different story with the second one. We'll find out on the 29th. Let's see here. Hey, 7th, how can I get Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 remastered for PS4? I really want that one. I want to buy it. I don't know that they ever made a physical of that. I have it, but it's a digital one that I got for free. So I don't recall ever seeing one in a store. So if they did make a physical version of it, I haven't seen it anywhere. I only know about the digital version. Got both my shots, no side effects, but my brother lost his sense of taste for a week. Well, that must have been fun. Which shot did you get? The Moderna? Or which shot did your brother get? Guessing no 7thCast on the 29th. Well, we'll find out. 7th, thoughts on... somebody already asked me that. I don't care. I almost beat Returnal. Recent update. Remove save data, but almost back. Great game. We didn't have any deleted data. We haven't run into any of that. 8th, I think, had one crash. And then he found there were some glitches. Graphical glitches and stuff. 7th, do you own any PS1 demo discs? Not that I'm aware of. Have you heard anything on Battlefield 6? I saw a rumor today that it might not have a single-player story campaign. That it might be multiplayer only. The story in the Avengers hasn't been too bad. The first hour is pretty great. Okay. Thoughts on John Hancock's YouTube channel? I don't really watch him. Never had any interaction with him. Seventh. I mean, I tried to watch him a couple of times, and it's nothing against him, but he has a really, really dry delivery. So, I mean, some of the stuff that he shows are interesting to me from a collector standpoint, but I don't find him entertaining as a video maker. And that's nothing against him. He's just really, really dry. Let's see here. Did you see the troll petition for Boogie to get the death penalty? No, I didn't see that. 7th, are you excited for Ratchet and Clank? Yeah, absolutely. Got it on pre-order. Let's see, what else do I have coming through pre-order? I already talked about Biomutant. I've got Ratchet and Clank coming. I have the limited run collector's edition of Scott Pilgrim coming, the one that's got the little light up stage with the little band members and all that on it. 8th wanted it. I have the Jay and Silent Bob 8-bit beat 'em up for PS4. I've got that pre-ordered through limited run. And Tales of Arise, I have that pre-ordered. That doesn't come out till September. That's pretty much it as far as what I got pre-ordered right now. Let's see here. Some reports come out that when people were fully vaccinated, they still got COVID. I know here's the thing. See, a lot of the people that got vaccinated and are still getting COVID, they're not the ones that got the RNA-based vaccines. They got the Johnson & Johnson, which the Johnson & Johnson is a viral vaccine, and it's not as effective. And the one that I got, the Pfizer, is supposed to have like a 95% prevention rate, and if you still do manage to get it, it's 90-something% that you won't have symptoms, or you won't have symptoms serious enough to where you have to have hospital time. So it's just like getting a flu vaccine. It's not a 100% guarantee that you're not going to catch it anyway, but it greatly reduces the risk. I couldn't even tell you the last time I had the flu. In any case, I wasn't going to accept anything less than the best that was offered. So before I decided to go get one, I did my research and read up on all the different versions of the vaccines and what the different percentages were and which one was the best one and which one had the fewest side effects, and all of it pointed to Pfizer. So I got the Pfizer. Marvel Ultimate Alliance Gold was the only complete edition they made. Okay. I still haven't seen a physical one anywhere. Not for PS4 anyway. Thoughts on Resident Evil Village? Well, I already talked about that. I haven't played it. I just watched 8th beat it from start to finish in about 5 hours. When we got it, he sat down in the living room, and he had already beat it. Actually, it was the day after. He had already beat it the night before on normal. He came into the game room, and I watched him play it from start to finish on the hardest difficulty, and he didn't really have that much of a hard time with it, except for one boss. One boss gave him killed him like two times, and then he was able to beat it on his 3rd try. And that was the boss before the last boss, where you're down in a cave and there's this big tall dude with this like club that looks like a big hammer with a bunch of spikes sticking out of it. Because of how closed the space is, where you don't have a whole lot of room to maneuver, he got killed a couple of times. But once he had a better feel for the arena and how much room he had to move around in it, he got the job done. Let's see here. Are you going to watch Army of the Dead? Sure. You know, I am mostly burnt out on zombie stuff, but, you know, it's a Zack Snyder movie. It's bound to have some outrageous stuff in it, so, you know, I'll give it one view at least. There's a rumor of a remake for Sly Cooper, and recently Nate Fox from Game Informer. They eventually want to come back to Sly after the Ghost of Tsushima sequel. We'll see. I ain't holding my breath. Seventh, do you ever have trouble memorizing street names in real life with town names and video? Nope. I can still remember the name of every street I've ever lived on. I'm not going to tell you what those are, obviously, but I can remember them all. Who would win in a fight, Bill and Ted or Jay and Silent Bob? Probably Jay and Silent Bob. They fight dirty and they have weapons. Just because you got both vaccines doesn't mean you're instantly are immune. You have to wait after THAG. What is wait after THAG? Hey, Seventh, I meant the digital version of Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 Remastered. That's fine with me. Is it still available to buy? I'd pay any amount, but can't find it in the PS Store. Are you looking for it on PS5? I've noticed that some games that you can still buy digitally on PS4, you have to actually be on a PS4 to purchase them, and then you can go to your PS5 and download them from your library. But if you actually try to search the store for the game, it's not there. Seventh, in your opinion, was Death Stranding unfairly treated by many gamers when it first came out? To this day, I still haven't played it. Eighth has played it, and he feels that it was just a very misunderstood game. It's one of his favorite games now. Thoughts on the 1989 Batman movie? I love the 1989 Batman movie. I watch it at least once a year. That being said, it has not aged as well as some other old movies from the 80s. There were definitely some special effects in that movie that were rushed and not up to snuff. Particularly the scene where Joker falls off of the building. It literally looks like somebody drew Joker on each frame, and not particularly well at that. I think it could have been done a lot better, even in 1989. For instance, the death scene from the end of Die Hard, they could have done it that way instead of having this weird-looking cartoon thing slowly disappear off the screen. They could have done it the way they did with Hans Gruber, and it would have been great. Do you think we will see Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West this year? We'll see. We'll see. They've been kind of quiet about it, so I have my doubts. I'm fairly certain, though, that God of War you ain't seeing until next year. Good evening, Biggin. I'm getting my second Moderna shot on the 27th. My symptoms I experienced was sore arm and entire body was sore for 24 hours. Felt like a day in the gym. Are you looking forward to seeing Tobey as Spider-Man again? Yes. What is the dumbest Kickstarter you've seen? I don't know. I don't really go on to Kickstarter and just look around at at the campaigns. I only go on to Kickstarter if I see a link on Twitter or something for one that I would actually want to be a part of. Do you think Tommy Lee Jones would have made a good Batman? No. Thoughts on South Carolina bring back the firing squad? First I've heard of it. Do you like the Fifth Element movie? Oh, I love the Fifth Element. I saw it at the theater when it was new. Seventh, if you plan to watch Willy's Wonderland down the road, make sure you see it the same would you'd see B movies like what? I'm going to reread that again exactly as it was typed. Seventh, if you plan to watch Willy's Wonderland, which I recommend, it's a fun movie, down the road, make sure you see it the same would you'd see the B movies like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, lol. I'm not sure. Make sure you see it the same way you'd see. That still doesn't make sense. What do you mean, be sure you'd see it the same way you'd see B movies? Are you saying to go into it with the same mindset that I would go into a B movie with? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so I just got the PS5, but I never got the first Alliance yet or looked for it from the PS5 store yet. That's the only one I don't have and never got yet. I hope I didn't miss my chance. So you got the experimental mRNA vaccine, so you're a guinea pig now. What's the long-term side effects of this vaccine? But to each his own, you're free to do as you wish. The only rumored long-term side effect that I've heard anything about is infertility, and I couldn't care less about that. I'm 46 years old. Last thing I want is another kid. No, I've never been to Ohio. Incidentally, every vaccine that ever came out from polio on up was experimental when it first came out. I'm just saying, and oh Lord. 7th, I found a retro store near me. Gonna check it out after lockdown. Keep you posted. Okay. From I Am the Gamer. Hello, 7th in chat. Hello, I Am the Gamer. 7th, did you see the story about the guy who killed every NPC in Skyrim? Now that's some dedication. That would take some time. Hi, 7th. Yes, same mindset. Sorry. No problem. Did you like the film Four Brothers? I only saw it once. And the fact that I've never tried to rewatch it is probably tells you what I thought of it. I don't remember it. I just remember having watched it. How long will it be before next gen becomes easy to buy? Hard to say. Not something that I can easily predict. I'm not an actual part of the industry, such as it were. John Wick versus James Bond. Depends on the version of James Bond, I would think. John Wick would certainly kick Roger Moore's ass. Not so sure about Daniel Craig James Bond. That one might be a little bit of a harder sell. Is Owen Hart the best wrestler to never win a world title? If not, who is? Roddy Piper. Never won the world belt. 7th, are you looking forward to the revival of Dexter? I'm kind of worried about that one. I don't really know. It kind of sounds like a bad idea to me because Dexter, after like season 4, just got worse with every episode. 7th, are you looking forward to the revival? I already answered that. If you were rich, would you visit all of Texas? I'm not even rich. I'm wanting to visit other parts of Texas without being rich. What does being rich have to do with visiting Texas? No, I would not have any interest in visiting all of Texas, just the parts that I'm already interested in visiting, like, San Antonio. Still haven't found a PS5 in Finland. Thoughts on New Jack's death? Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Hey, 7th, my PS5 is taking forever to transfer data from my PS4. Is there any faster way to speed up the process? It said it'll take 99 plus hours, and that was a day and a half ago, and it's still going. I didn't do mine that way. I didn't try to do a data transfer. My saves and everything are already cloud stored, and I didn't care about transferring like physical game install data over. So what I did was I just once I had my PS5 set up, I hooked up an external hard drive to it, set it to store all PS4 games on the external drive, and then I went on the PlayStation Store to not the PlayStation Store, but I went to my library and just started downloading all my digital games one at a time. Took a couple of days because I have over 500 games on there, digital. Seventh, are you still on the keto diet? If you were able to get off of it, what kind of cake would you like to eat? Chocolate or strawberry? I like lots of different kinds. Yes, I'm still on a diet. I don't know if I would officially call it keto. It's more just, reduced intake. I like lots of different kinds of cake. I like birthday cake, chocolate cake, yellow cake with chocolate icing on it, cherry chip cake, strawberry cake, angel food cake, coconut cake, and one of my favorites, red velvet. I love red velvet cake. Do you hate people saying redesign a PS5? It's just the internals. It'll look the same, if not day one. User, myself included, it will probably be later. Sony's official stance on it was that they are looking at ways to redesign the internals of the system so that they're not being affected by part shortages. People have taken that and have tried to say more powerful PS5 confirmed, PS5 Pro, or PS5 Slim confirmed, and Sony didn't say any of that. And then you have the Xbox fanboy contingent. Sony admits that the design of the PS5 was faulty, and so they're using shortages as a fake cover to make everybody go out and rebuy new hardware. It's the same old fanboy crap. Hot chocolate or coffee? Which do you prefer? Hot chocolate. I'm not a coffee drinker. 7th, do you like carrot cake? I don't hate it. If I was in the mood for cake and carrot cake was all that was there, I would eat it. Hey, 7th, what do you think will become of this entire Dogecoin craze? I don't know, because I don't invest in that kind of stuff. You know, all I have is 401k. Okay? I don't invest in stock, and I certainly don't invest in cryptocurrency. And the reason I don't invest in stock is because I used to work for a stock brokerage in their IT department, and I used to see the millions and millions of dollars that people would lose every year. Thoughts on Darkside Phil e-begging again? I was not aware that he had ever stopped. Have you ever had caramel apple pie? One time, a long time ago. I'm not as much of a pie person. You know, every now and again I might want a slice of hot apple pie. But for the most part, like, you know, I just don't, you know, blueberry pie and pumpkin pie and all this different. I'm just not that much of a pie person. Pretty much the only kind of pie I regularly would eat before the whole diabetes thing was chocolate cream pie. That was it. Seventh, during your YouTube uploading career, you ever had any problem with copyright strikes? Only fake ones. People filing false DMCA claims on me when they didn't even have videos on their channel and stuff like that. Fought all of them, won all of them. Seventh, I meant the save data from my games primarily, and I already picked and chose the games and data I wanted to bring over. It was taking a really long time, and I don't know a way of making it any faster, man. I mean, I would assume that the fastest way would be to copy it from hard drive to hard drive as opposed to like downloading it. But you know, depending on your internet connection speed, that's hard to say. I don't know all the particulars. What do you want from this E3 from Xbox and Sony, Nintendo? Probably be Zelda 35th anniversary. I never go into an E3 with expectations. That way I'm never disappointed. When you worked as a pizza chef, did you get free pizza? Absolutely. Absolutely. Every day for lunch, you could make yourself a personal pan pizza. And then at the end of the day, if there was pizzas left over that hadn't been sold because they did, you know, they didn't, it wasn't always made to order. They would sometimes have pizzas that they made that for whatever reason didn't get picked up, didn't get sold, and so they were just kept in the warmer or whatever. You could take those home and give them to your family. And so I was always coming home with boxes of pizza. My dad at the time, my dad loved it. He loved it when I worked for the McKee Bakery Company too. I did early in my IT career when I was just getting started. I did a 3-month stint for a temp agency doing data entry at the McKee Bakery, which, if you don't know, the McKee Bakery is outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and there where all the Little Debbie cakes are made. And so when you went in there, great big old factory, huge thing, massive. And when you went in there, right next to the break room was this room that almost looked like a bank vault, and the walls on all sides of it, instead of little safe deposit boxes like you'd see in a bank vault, it was shelves of Debbie cakes that were going to be passing their expiration date soon. And they encouraged the employees to take all you want. So I'd go in there with my backpack and I'd just stuff 2 or 3 boxes of every kind of Debbie cake into my backpack and take it home, because my dad was a big Debbie cake addict. He loved pretty much every kind of Debbie cake. And so he was in hog's heaven, because I'd just bring, every day that I worked there, I'd just bring home an entire bag of Debbie cakes, and he'd eat them all. Every last one. Let's see. Do you have any other funny work stories? Not that I'm aware of. Nothing coming to the top of my head. I've actually got a little bit of a headache now. Right behind my left eye. Right behind here. And so, I'm not going out of my way to try to think of funny work stories at the moment. But there was always weird stuff going on at that pizza place. I've already told the story about dude's tooth falling into the pizza, and there was the time that we came in one morning and caught one of the chefs beating off into the bread mix, and he was sent packing, and now remember, this is the 90s. They had a really weird hazing ritual at that particular restaurant, where the manager and all the male workers that worked there, when you started on your first week, they would all go out of their way to try to convince you that they were gay and that they all had weekly gay orgies. And so, they'd walk around smacking each other on the ass and pretending to blow each other behind the counter and all this different stuff, just trying to freak you out because, we're going to convert you and blah, blah, blah. I already knew it was BS because I had a friend that worked there and he warned me about it before I started. But, and when they hired new people in after me, I was the only one that didn't take part in that. Because I just thought it was kind of weird. Of all the things that you could haze somebody with, this is what you're going to go with. Would you ever want to do Uber or Lyft? No, I'm not interested in doing that. Hi, Nick Neal. Are you excited for that new Metallica album? There was another Metallica album? Scroll up, you missed some questions. Were you actually trying to say, scroll up, you missed my question? Did 8th beat the hardest difficulty on Resident Evil 8 right off the bat, or did he beat hardcore first? I think he beat it... I could be wrong. I think he beat it on normal, and then he went straight to the hardest one because he thought beating it on the hardest one would be the only other difficulty thing that he'd have to worry about from a trophies perspective. I think. I could be wrong. I'm going back. I didn't know there was a new Metallica album coming. I hadn't heard anything about it. I don't like the future of Game Pass with physical games. Join the club. Hey, 7th, I'm using the first option they offered, using the internet to download them, I guess, but I heard there's a faster way, like PS Plus Cloud way. I wouldn't know because I didn't do any of that, Nikki. I just explained that. If it's not something that I'm going to do, I'm not going to know how to do it because I'm not going to bother to learn. Did you see Solid Rev's rewards video? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Seventh level. What's up, homie? Hey, Tokes. I saw your video with the hooking up the PlayStation 4 in the car there with the battery and everything. Uh, Not meaning this to be mean to you, Tokes. I promise I'm not. But me and my son watched that video together, and he got scared for you because he took it as meaning that you were homeless and you were living in your car, and he was worried about you. Would you like to see an Uncharted and Tomb Raider crossover? Not especially, no. Do you think Warner Brothers is slapping fans because not doing something of Snyderverse and doing Black Clark Kent instead of other Black Superman characters? Uh, I think it's sending a message to fans of the Snyderverse to some extent. I really, the thing that interests me about the whole Black Superman thing, I don't have a problem with Black Superman, but I've seen a ton of videos on YouTube from black video makers, black YouTubers who don't want Black Clark Kent. They want black. They want the other character, the Calvin Ellis, I think is his name. They want him. They don't want a race flipped Clark Kent. They want the Black Superman. I found that kind of interesting, but I don't have a problem with Black Clark Kent any more than I had a problem with Black Agent Fury or Nick Fury. I don't really particularly care. I think it's kind of pandering, but I'm not offended or insulted by it. What's your favorite zombie film? I know it officially isn't a zombie film, but it kind of sort of is in a way, sort of maybe a little bit, and that'd be Evil Dead. Zombies, people that are possessed by demons that basically makes them look like zombies. It's a very fine line in zombie versus deadite. Let's see here. Seventh. I've played 2 JRPGs so far, Near Replicant and Shining Resonance. I want to play Tales of Berseria. Have you played Tales of Berseria? And if you have, do you recommend it? I played it a little. Bit. I don't think you got the spelling on it right, but I played it a little bit. I have it on PS4. Its combat is different than previous Tales games that I've played. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's different. So, I would say start with Tales of Zestiria instead, but that's just me. Oh, man, that behind my eye is really starting to bother me. I think seventh, what do you estimate the math is on how many clicks and views you would need to get on your YouTube channel to make as much as at your job? A hell of a lot more than how many views I get now. I don't really know how popular I'd have to be to do that. And even if I was that popular, I wouldn't quit my job because I'm not stupid. I've never considered YouTube anything more than a hobby. Even if I was super popular, I would not try to make YouTube my career. Because, if all of a sudden the algorithm shifted and suddenly I'm not getting any views again, being able to go back out and get another IT job, they'd be like, well, what were you doing for the 2 years gap on your resume? Oh, I was talking about video games on the internet. Okay. Whatever. Wouldn't look good is what I'm saying. Do you like Magic the Gathering? I used to like Magic the Gathering a lot. Sold my card collection back in 2000. I got about three or four grand for it. I had a bunch of really rare cards. I finally got another PS4. Thought it was fried, but I was using an inverter and car battery. Only 2 hours of gameplay. Thought my PS4 was messed up, but battery power gets low fast. Would you like to see a black Lex Luthor like in the... I don't have a problem with black Lex Luthor. Although, they now say that Lex Luthor in the DC animated universe wasn't black, that he was Greek, and he just had tanned skin, that he was supposed to look like the actor Telly Savalas. But I always just accepted him as black Lex Luthor. He looked black to me. And now they're saying he wasn't, but he certainly looked black to me. I stay with family in my car more so. Too many issues at the house. Thanks to you and your son for the love and concern. I'm sorry to hear that, Tokes. I'm sorry to hear that. I'd prefer, that you'd spend more time with your family than in the car, though. I'd feel safer for you about that. That sucks, man. That sucks. Shaun of the Dead or Zombieland? Which do you prefer? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm just worried about Tokes. That's man, that sucks. You still out in Los Angeles, Tokes? Out in the LA area? Okay, sorry. Shaun of the Dead or Zombieland? Which do you prefer? Shaun of the Dead. Are you picking up one of the new controller colors for PS5? I don't. I've got all the PS5 controllers I need. I ain't gonna buy any more unless one of them breaks. Is Return of the Living Dead 2 your favorite zombie flick? It's one of my favorites because of the comedy of it. Get that screwdriver out of my head. And send more cops. Yeah. I think they're funny. I know a lot of people like Return of the Living Dead 3. I'm not as big of a fan of that one. It felt lower budget somehow. They should keep Henry Cavill as Superman. This pandering is getting out of hand. I would have liked to have seen Henry Cavill get to make his Man of Steel trilogy. At least be able to make 3. Spend money on PS4 repairs thinking the system shutting off was the issue, but it's not. It was the car battery. Well, yeah, car batteries, man, when they're not meant to be providing a constant charge. They're there to help start your car. So yeah, you're not going to get a tremendous amount of battery life out of a car battery. The only way that you'd be able to get a consistent charge out of a car battery if you were playing, PS4 or whatever in it, you'd have to come up with some way to be able to hook to power the PS4 off of like your cigarette lighter, but even then you'd have to keep the car running or it would kill your battery in a couple of hours. So you'd have to keep the car running so it's actually running off the power from the running from the electrical system through the alternator and all that. So, I mean, the best answer would still be to try to iron things out with your family so you're spending more time in an actual house, buddy. It's not a safe, good situation for you. It's not good for your health, and it's not good for your safety. I mean, even living in like something which I haven't had to do anything like this, but living in something like the YMCA or something, or some kind of a halfway shelter would be better than living in your car, man. Jesus. Do you know who Tyrone Magnus is? I've heard the name, but I couldn't tell you. 7th, did your eyes turn green? I have blue eyes, but with certain light shining in them from certain directions, it can make them look like they're green, but they're blue. Oh, man, that sucks. Jingle All the Way or Home Alone, which was better? Home Alone. $5 from President PlayStation. Thank you, sir. You get the dollar bill. Dollar bill, y'all. True story. A hardcore gamer went to a job interview, and on his resume, he had his kill-death ratio and the number of hours he spent on RPGs. Oh, sweet Jesus. I'm still in from Tokes. I'm still in the LA area. It's been a battle, I tell you. I should be good this month sometime. Huge gift from my great grandma coming fighting in court. Okay, I won't. Or great grandpa. Okay, well I won't delve into details with you on that. That's your business. But if I could do something for you, I would. But man, that sucks. No, there hasn't been any confirmation of a PS5 Slim. Okay, 7th, you're at a Whataburger on a cheat day. What do you order? I order the double with bacon. In an alternate universe, Amy Hennig became the president of Naughty Dog as opposed to Druckmann. That would have been interesting. That would have been very interesting. And when Amy left, she landed making what was supposed to be this big epic action-adventure Star Wars game that fell through. And so now I don't even think she's working in the gaming industry anymore. And that sucks. Are you going to watch E3? No. Uh-oh, look what. Look at it. Look at it. Are you going to watch E3? I don't know. Do you think these console wars are stupid people saying PS5 has no games? There is an entire PS4 generation of games. They're saying Game Pass has games and PS5 doesn't have any. People are stupid. Exactly. PS5 got no games. We're having all this fun playing Xbox 360 games on Game Pass. There's over 4,000 PS4 games. And all but a small handful of them work without a hitch on the PS5. But we got nothing to play. Meanwhile, we're the only ones that have gotten new exclusives thus far. Except for, the medium. Yeah. 7th, do you blame me for mispronouncing and hearing Neil Druckmann's name as Drunk Man? I just can't unhear it. I think most people think of him as Neil Cuckman, but that test audio bass. I remember when my nephew was in kindergarten, he played so much original Halo that on his first day of kindergarten, he told the class that he likes to shoot people. Oh, Lord. How many cheeseburgers can you eat in a single sitting? I don't know. I've never tried to see what my limit was. I mean, typically I only eat one. 7th, I heard that Microsoft was bought out by a company in Japan. Did you hear? I haven't heard anything about. That would have to be a pretty big Japanese company to buy Microsoft, Tokes. I think that might be the other way around, that Microsoft is looking to buy some Japanese company. Thoughts on Google Stadia officially dying? Does it bode well for physical media? No, it's not a plus or a minus for physical media for Stadia to die because Stadia didn't make any kind of impact. What you want to be watching is how well Game Pass does. That'll be the determining factor. Because if GameStop ends up flopping and costing Microsoft money and never becomes profitable, then Sony will be less likely to follow suit behind them, and then, things will stay the way they are for a little while longer. I love getting my ears blown out. Thanks. Why can Insomniac still make Ratchet, but Naughty Dog can't make Jack? I don't know. Ask Neil Druckmann. And by the way, like I said, 2 hours left. We have now gotten $10 in donations. Thank you, President PlayStation, for the second $5 donation. I love that time remaining animation. Extremely funny. So we are now $40 away from the 10 o'clock extension goal. Need $40 more and I stay an extra hour. And might as well go over the rules again since we've got almost 40 people watching now. It's a 3-hour podcast, runs from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central. It's extended by donation. If I hit a total of $50, I stay till 10. If I hit 75, I stay till 11. Anything 100 and up, I stay till midnight for an ass-numbing 6-hour podcast. So we are currently at $10, both of them from President PlayStation. Thank you so much. Every time I see your screen name, though, I think of President, a.k.a. Sony Fanboy. The crazy guy with the Guy Fawkes mask from the UK who was going around trying to destroy the YouTube gaming community back in the day by filing false DMCA claims and trying to hijack their channels and crap. I have to mute that time remaining thing. It's annoying. It's annoying. I can do that with the press of a button. I can make it happen again, wannabe. I can make it happen as much as I want. Do you think Naughty Dog should work at new IP Regain Trust? Wouldn't hurt. Microsoft and GameStop are both evil. 7th, the GameStop dies. Will you ever miss it? No. I couldn't tell you the last time I've actually stepped foot in one. Probably been a year. When games go all digital, I'm retiring from gaming. I don't know that if I'll retire completely, but, a huge part of what makes it fun for me will vanish. I don't shop. Do you remember OnLive? Yes. If so, did you use the service? No. I remember Solid Rev tried it out when it first went public, and just listening to him describe what it was like, I knew it wasn't for me. So no, I never tried it. And of course, the other company that got into that at the same time was Gaikai, and they were bought by Sony, and that infrastructure is what Sony used to build PS Now. So, Chicago style or New York style pizza? I love both, but I kind of like New York style better because you can, fold it up and eat it. Whereas, Chicago style is like eating a big ass pie. And it's like one slice is your meal. It's a big, thick thing. Hi, 7th. Today is my brother's birthday. He would be very happy if you would wish him a happy birthday. His name is Ronaldo Bernardo, and he's from Brazil. Thanks, sir. Okay, well, happy birthday to Ronaldo. How old is Ronaldo today? How old is Ronaldo? You had me rolling when you said that. When I said what? Is that some kind of a is Ronaldo Bernard is this legit, or is this some kind of troll thing that I'm not aware of, and it's like just trying to get me to reference a meme? I don't know if it's referencing a meme. I don't know who it is. Let me search that real quick. Now you got me curious. Oh, it looks like it's a very common name. I'm not seeing anything in regards to memes or anything. Whatever. Whatever. Should Insomniac make a Sunset Overdrive too? I don't know. Do you think Game Pass will be successful? It's not being successful right now. It came out not too long ago that they're losing money over it, hand over fist. That it is not profitable so far. So, who knows? It's not like they're hurting for the money. I'm surprised you don't use more animations and sound effects in your streams, like a buzzer effect when someone spews incorrect information, or a referee throwing a flag when someone ever asks a question. Well, I mean, I have some little things on here. You know, like I've got this. And I've got this one. And what else have I got? I got that. I hardly ever use that. And I got this one. And I got this one. I got this one. I got this one. And then I got my 2 hour, my 1 hour, my dollar bill, my time extended one, which I don't get to use that much these days. I got this one, which for some reason is not centered. And then finally I have this. Political question. What was a political question? Enemy? I don't know what you're referencing there. 7th, pizza with mustard might be a cursed combination. Well, I've done it. Ronaldo Bernardo is 35 years old. He's from Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's no prank, thanks. Well, happy 35th to Ronaldo then. Sorry, I don't really know how to react to those because hardly anyone ever comes on here asking me to wish them a happy birthday or whatever. So, you know, I don't have any like little special happy birthday thing on my screen or everything, but you know, I can give him an extra fart for his birthday. Some magic powers from 7th for his birthday. Have you ever had Detroit-style pizza? It's made from a transmission. No. 7th, did you ever like PlayStation Home? No. Thought it sucked, Tokes. Because, you know, I don't know if you figured this out about me, Tokes. I'm not the most social guy. I have a certain small cadre of friends that I hang out with and socialize with. And, you know, I hate talking to people on the phone. I don't like to talk a whole lot online in like chat rooms and stuff. That's why my Discord never got off the ground, because I'm never in there and people stop using it when they realize that I never show up, you know. And so walking around in home for me was boring because all the mini games sucked. I didn't care a lick about the stuff they sold in the mall. I only went in there and spent any serious amount of time with it when they started adding trophies to it that you could earn for your PSN profile, and that was it. The most entertaining thing to me about PS Home was when someone pulled a Quincy. And what a Quincy was, and I've explained this before, PlayStation Home was full of perverts that were always they would flock around anyone who was presenting themselves as a female on PS Home. And so you'd see someone show up as a female, and all these avatars would suddenly surround them. And so what a Quincy was is you could create preset designs for your characters, and you could switch between them on the fly. So a male gamer would create two profiles, one of an attractive young woman, and the other one the most effed up plastic surgery disaster looking in monster action figure from Spy Kids looking thing you ever saw in your life. Then they'd log into Home as the attractive woman and start walking around, and all these perverts would come flocking around her, wanting to chat her up, get her phone number. Do you want to have a private chat? Blah 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 blah. And then the person person portraying the character would yell, "It's a trap!" and then switch to the other one, the fugly one, and then you would see all these perverts yelling, "Hell no!" and just running for the hills to get as far away from this monstrosity as they could. And it was called pulling a Quincy. And that was the most entertaining thing about PlayStation Home, and I think that about says it all. Did you like Sherlock Holmes stories? I've read a lot of them. Thoughts on the ban of your Wicked Strength menthol? As far as I know, they haven't banned menthol from vape. They've just banned it from cigarettes. I haven't had any trouble buying any of this. It's profitable to the consumers, though. Lol, I'm playing Battlefield. I hate Game Pass. I hope it flops. So Did he try to Candace you? Did who try to Candace me? And I don't know what you mean by Candace. I have no idea what that was in reference to. Did he try to Candace you? Hey, 7th, Google image Lou Skunt. I'm not that stupid, Zuzu. You think I can't? That's like asking me to Google image Michael Cunt. Goes by the first name Mike. How dumb do you think I am? Come on, son. Chucky versus Leprechaun. Y'all get ready. I'm writing the fan-made movie, mature animation style. Chucky versus Leprechaun. That's interesting. Nosferatu. Hey, 7th, is the Xbox Series X backwards compatible with OG Xbox and 3? As far as I know, yeah. I don't think it's 100% backwards compatible, because the way the Series X's BC works is that it's not actually running the disc natively. It's basically just scanning the disc to verify that you own it, and then you download a digital version of the game. And that's why not all discs work, because due to various licensing issues, there's only so many games that they have made digital downloadable versions of for you to install on your hard drive when you pop that disc in. So it's not true backwards compatibility. It's not sticking an Xbox original game in your Series X and it just running the whole game off the disc. It doesn't do that. So if they haven't made a digital compatible version for you to play it off of, then it's not running that game. Not talking about politics, Zuzu. Enemy TV. What are your thoughts on? Well, it's so insignificant, I haven't really given it much thought, Enemy. Pyro. Lol, 7th, you said Home sucked. I understand, bro. I was new to PS Home, wanted to meet gamers to help me out on certain games. You're right. Dudes with females on Home, it was sickening. Lol. Yeah. But it was funny to watch it when they get caught. When the perverts got caught, it was always funny to watch. No problem at all. I appreciate it, especially a fart. Nice touch. Thumbs up. Are you going to buy the Series X? I would already own one for my collection, but they haven't been that easy to spot. And now, now I'm looking at possibly having to save money to go to Retropalooza in October. So, I don't really need an Xbox Series X. A lot of the stuff that's coming out for it is already on Xbox One, and I have an Xbox One X with Game Pass. So, I mean, and I'm getting ready to get a computer upgrade. Next month, 8th is getting a 3080 PC, and I'll be getting his 2060 Super PC to replace the one that's in here now, which the one that's in here now is just running off of a GTX 970. So, let's see here. Your thoughts on CJ from GTA San Andreas? San Andreas. I'm not a fan of the Grand Theft Auto series, but of the ones that I've played, San Andreas was my favorite one. Two weeks ago, PSN was down for an entire day. No, mine wasn't down for an entire day. It was down for, it was down for a little while, but it wasn't a whole day. The Series X is only backwards compatible with something like 30 original Xbox games. Kind of suck. That does kind of suck. And again, it's because of the licensing. It's not real backwards compatibility, so they have to make a digital Xbox Series X version of the game for you to be able to play it. And if they're not able to get a license to do that from the original license holder, then you don't get to play that whole game. Seventh, how far away do you think we are from full body scanning, stepping our whole body, walking around in a VR world with pads on our body vibrates when we get stabbed or shot? Oh, you mean like Ready Player One? How far are we away from Ready Player One? I want to say we're probably still 15 to 20 years away from that level of immersion in virtual reality. At least 15 to 20 years. Hey, Seventh, have you seen that movie? I'm not saying that. Give it up, sir. I'm not saying that either. Do you need a Microsoft? Do you need a Microsoft email to have a Microsoft account on an Xbox, or is it possible to have an account with a? I don't have a Microsoft account, and I have an account on Xbox. Seventh, is it too early to upgrade to an i9 PC processor 3080 GTX? Well, I didn't upgrade to the i9. The one that I bought for 8th is it's not an i9. It's a generation before that, but it is a 3080 graphics card. And I could have gotten an i9, but it would have been an extra couple of $100, and I just didn't see the point, because even the first generation i7 that his current PC is running on is an absolute beast and hasn't run into any problems with pretty much anything. So I didn't see the point in going all the way up to the i9 when just getting him the 3080 was going to give him all the boost he really needed. So, it's previous generation from i9 with a GTX 3080 or RTX 3080 or whatever, and 32 gigs of RAM, I think is what I put in it. Did you ever play Master of Monsters on PS1? A long time ago, yeah. I don't remember much about it, though. I think I rented that one from Blockbuster. I don't think I actually owned it. Seventh, have you ever seen The Lost World from 1925? Yes. I've seen several Lost World movies. There's been a ton of them over the years. Wait a minute. Magic powers. Damn, I was hoping you'd fall for it. Sorry. Thoughts on the latest season of Boku no Hero Academia? I watched a couple of episodes of it, and I haven't watched any more after that because I've just been doing other stuff. People call me a childish, lazy piece of crap because I love video games. Are you sure it's because you love video games? Are you sure that's why they call you that? Do you think they have gaming in heaven? No. They don't need it. They don't need gaming in heaven because in heaven, I would imagine you can just create whatever reality you want pretty much. And so you could just, actually live whatever scenario you would want to experience in a video game. So why would you need video games? Video games in heaven. Hey, Seventh, apology to somebody already asked this, but what are your thoughts on Resident Evil Village? It's a lot more action heavy than the previous ones. Eighth really liked it, but he doesn't like it as much as Resident Evil 7 because Resident Evil 7 has more of a claustrophobic, actual horror feel to it, whereas Resident Evil 8, and this is not Eighth describing it, this is just my observation of it. Resident Evil 8 is more like, it's more like the Van Helsing of the series. It has horror elements, but it's more about the action and the adventure than it is the horror. That's not a bad thing. It's a good game, but it's definitely not as, scary as the previous ones, which, that's another reason why I don't get it big into the survival horror games is because they're supposed to scare you, but they don't scare me. So I don't, what's the point? Why am I putting up with these game mechanics if it's supposed to scare me and all it does is irritate me? Seventh, did you like Black on PS2? Did you play the sequel Body Count on PS3? I have Body Count, but I don't have it on PS3. I have it on 360. I believe I have Black on PS2, and I remember really enjoying it. I kind of wish I had it on Xbox, OG Xbox as well, but thoughts on Space Jam: A New Legacy trailer? I'm not impressed. Just doesn't look like something I'll actually watch. I'm not falling for that one either, enemy. If Tipster invited you on his channel, would you go? As of right now, no, because I feel like if he invited me on his channel, it would be because he was undercover trying to do some kind of expose on me. Oh, did you know that? Would you like to talk about what I've discovered about the fact that you're divorced? I see you're divorced here. I don't have nothing against Tipster. When Tipster was part of the retro gaming community, we talked back and forth some, and he was cool. But, when he decided that he was going to give all that up and just become a wannabe Keemstar, I told him, man, I'm no offense to you, but I probably won't be watching your channel anymore because I just don't give a crap about that type of stuff. I don't watch it when Review Tech does that crap. That wannabe Keemstar bullshit. I don't watch it when he does it either. I mean, the name of his channel is Review Tech USA, not Review YouTube Drama USA. It's not what I watch him for. And so when he does that kind of crap, I don't watch him. How do you feel about El Presidor playing golf? Well, I mean, that's what he wants to do. I haven't watched any of his golfing videos because, I don't have any interest in golf. Thoughts on Lady Dimitrescu, or however it's pronounced, I don't know, from Resident Evil 8. She's a very tall woman. That's about it. She's just She's just that particular iteration of Resident Evil's version of the, you know, unkillable, annoying thing that follows you. That's what she is. And what strikes me is they spent all this time advertising the game on her, and she's only in 1/4 of the game, if that. And most of her level, or whatever you want to call it, her area, you don't even see her. You just hear her talking, or you see her walking off in the distance somewhere. So, eh. Did you like Bust a Groove 1 and 2 way back when? Bust a Groove. I played Bust a Move, but I didn't play 1 and 2. I played Bust a Move 4 on Dreamcast. Me and my wife used to play it. It was one of her favorite video games. She used to get really mad at me when I'd beat her. And I didn't beat her every time, but I beat her quite a bit. In the game. I beat her in Bust a Move 4, the video game. I know how some of you are. 7th, if you do a DBTS of Returnal, can you consider doing a few skits in there? Your skits are funny. Well, we're planning on doing a review of Returnal, but it's going to be kind of a different format. I had the game gun on 360. It was pretty cool. 7th, did you play Fear with the lights off? If so, did it make you jump? Yes, I played it with the lights off, but no, it didn't make me jump. I wasn't as impressed with Fear as other people were, because one, it was just the same mechanics as the original Max Payne games, but just done in first person instead of third person. And two, you know, it was very, very bland looking game, because it all took place in, like, you know, a nondescript generic warehouse, so it looking environment. So I wasn't as impressed with Fear as everyone else was. 7th, if I wanted a 4K curved monitor instead of a 4K TV, would it make a graphical difference for my PS5? How would I know? I don't have one. Do you like fishing? No. Used to go fishing a lot with my dad, but that was just because he liked to go fishing and it was something for me to do with my dad. But I don't derive any actual pleasure from fishing. Gandalf or Obi-Wan, whose sacrifice was better? Kind of like Gandalf's better, to be honest. Gotta say. Did you like Outlast? Did Outlast make you jump? No, I didn't really like Outlast. And by the way, one of the levels of Resident Evil 8 directly rips off Outlast. It's the level with the creepy little doll boss, and it completely rips off Outlast. But no, Outlast didn't make me jump. Is Resident Evil better in first person? I thought Resident Evil 7 was better in first person. Like I said, Resident Evil 8 just feels more like an action game with horror elements. In fact, I was sitting there watching 8th play it, and I said, you know what would be interesting is if they took this engine and tried to do a first-person Castlevania with this engine, where you're running around jumping and you know, slinging crosses and daggers and whipping people and using the whip to swing from platform to platform in 3D. That would be pretty badass. What was your opinion of Brave Fencer Musashi? At the time that it came out, it was the closest thing to The Legend of Zelda you could get on the PlayStation 1. I liked it. Well, yeah, Chris G, I had to clarify that because I know there were some assholes out there that would capture some of this stream and then, like, you know, put the pieces together to have just me saying wife and then the clip of me. I beat her a lot. There's those kind of assholes out there. So sometimes you have to be that anal about what you say on here. and they'll probably capture that too, and put a little thing together that says "I like anal," and you have to you have to you have to go over every little word that's going to come out of your mouth, uh, down to the little, the tiniest degree before you even say it. You have to try to think about, well, can anybody try to use that and misconstrue it to mean something else? Did you like the film Grave Encounters? Eighth loves it. We have both of them, Grave Encounters 1 and 2. I like it. I don't think it's like, the end all be all of found footage films, but it was enjoyable. Seventh, okay, here we go. What horror game would you say scared you or made you jump? Is there at least one horror game? I can't think of a single one. I can't think of a single one that's ever actually scared me. You have to understand, Tokes, before there even really was what you would consider horror games, like back when, the closest thing to a horror game that you had was Haunted House on Atari 2600. I've been watching horror movies. I started watching horror movies at a very young age. I saw The Exorcist when I was maybe 5. My first memory of seeing a horror movie was when the TV movie of Salem's Lot was first broadcast on TV in like 1979 or 1980 or whenever it was. So from a very, very young age, I was watching movies like uh, The Exorcist and Wolfen and Salem's Lot and The Manitou and all these other old 70s and early 80s horror movies. And by the time I was like 9 or 10, I'd already seen all the Friday the 13th up to that point, all the Nightmare on Elm Streets up to that point, which would have been 1984. My next door neighbor, Donis, who I've told stories about her. She would bring horror movies over to my house and we'd watch them. And so I was kind of a connoisseur from a very early age of horror movies. The downside to that was I became completely desensitized to horror movies, to where I just don't get affected by horror movies anymore. And other than, hey, I liked that. That was a fun horror movie. And so horror games don't have any effect on me. I don't get spooked by horror games. Even the most infamous Resident Evil jump scare where the dog comes crashing through the window didn't have any effect on me at all. In fact, I couldn't tell you the last time I was actually affected by a jump scare. The last time I ever felt kind of even approaching creeped out in a horror movie was probably when I went to see The Grudge by myself in 2004. I was going to work and school at the same time back then, and I'd gotten out of school and my work shift was not going to start for 3-4 hours. I didn't have anything to do, so I went to the mall and went to see The Grudge by myself. And so it was like very early in the day, like 12 o'clock showing or something, and nobody was in there. And so I was sitting in a theater by myself watching The Grudge. And the way the stereo sound and everything was done, I didn't get scared, but there was a certain kind of uneasiness and creep factor to that movie. And that was the closest I've been to being scared by a horror movie, and I couldn't tell you when. Let's see here. Have you spoken on the Baldur's Gate re-release? It looks like it's not worth it to me. I mean, they're wanting what, $30-$40 for that? And they didn't even like redo the graphics. They just, up the frame rate and the resolution. No, thank you. No, thank you. I think I still have it on PS2. I don't have the second one, but I think I have the first one. And even if I don't, I have Champions of Norath on PS2. Champions of Norath was better anyway. Did you think the Matrix films should have brought in a new villain instead of bringing back Agent Smith? I don't know. Because the other villains weren't all that good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Rift Apart. How do you think wrestling would be different if WCW won the Monday Night Wars? Oh God, who knows? Who knows? We'd probably be on the 15th or 20th version of the NWO by now. You already addressed the horror game question, though you skipped question. Pass this on by. What? I just answered it. Like I said, no horror game has ever scared me. 7th, what's the best Blink 182 album? What's your favorite song of theirs? I think my favorite song from them is the... what's the name of it? It's the one about the insane girlfriend, where she's antisocial or whatever. You know, that's probably my favorite song by them overall. Although best overall album would probably be the what was it, the second or third one they put out, the one that's got the nurse that's on the cover that's strapping on the rubber glove. That's probably their overall best album. 7th, do you remember Dracula starring Jack Palance? That's my favorite Dracula movie. I remember it. My earliest memory of ever seeing a Dracula movie was not the Jack Palance one, but the one that had what's that guy's name? He was Skeletor in the freaking Masters of the Universe movie. Oh, what is that guy's name? Frank something? But it was a Dracula movie that was made in the 70s, and it starred him. Let's see here. Frank Langella. It was a version of Dracula that starred Frank Langella. That was my first exposure to Dracula as a character. And so, I didn't see the Jack Palance version until years and years later. Heck, Tokes, I saw Blackula before I saw the Jack Palance Dracula. And also, during that time, I saw the Dracula comedy movie that had George Hamilton in it that was called Love at First Bite. Should I bite the bullet and just buy a $1,000 PS5 or wait till they come? I'd wait till they come in stock. I wouldn't reward scalpers by giving them what they want. 7th, do you think the current generation is scared of silly things like Siren Head and creepypastas? Probably, because they're not as desensitized to such things as my generation was. You know, my generation was the 80s generation where we had real R-rated horror movies with blood and gore and everything else in them. You know, it was in the 90s when they started making them PG-13 so more kids could get into the theater, and they started to suck so bad. And now horror is kind of a joke. When, I'm not saying I don't like them, but when, the main Conjuring series are the scariest movies being made, come on. I love the Conjuring movies. I think they're great, but they're not scary. Thoughts on the Mass Effect collection? I just got my copy today, so I can't talk about it yet. I haven't gotten to play it. It showed up just a few minutes before I started this stream. They need to stop the Purge movies. Saw the new trailer. It looks like garbage. I never liked any of the Purge movies, Tokes. They just haven't done anything for me. How would you rate John Carpenter's Vampires? Would you consider it to be one of the best in the genre? I wouldn't consider it to be one of the best in the genre, no. It's one of my favorite John Carpenter films. From that era of his career, anyway. I certainly liked it a lot better than Ghosts of Mars. God, that movie was terrible. Seventh, do you like David Lynch's movies like Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, one of my favorite Weird Out movies? I didn't care for Fire Walk with Me because I never got too much into Twin Peaks. I'm going to be honest with you. A bunch of people were talking about Twin Peaks, Twin Peaks, Twin Peaks, Twin Peaks. So the next time it came on and I knew it was on, I switched over to it right in the middle of the episode. And here was this little dwarf guy going, and I was like, nope. And I turned it off because it just looked dumb to me. And so I never really watched all of it. And hence, Fire Walk with Me didn't mean anything to me because it was a prequel to that show. Going camping at a place where it doesn't have much light pollution to see the stars, how it really looks, it'll be beautiful. Yeah, there's not that many places around here where you can see the stars because there's so much light pollution. And Eighth is always talking about wanting me to take him somewhere one night where he can see, the constellations and everything. And we just haven't gotten around to it. Seventh, Bret the Hitman Hart's my favorite wrestler of all time. Who's your favorite? Roddy Piper. Halloween 1978 or Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974, which is better? I prefer Halloween. I don't have Champions of Norath 2, which was just called like Champions or something like that. I don't have that one, but I have the first one. I saw your list on Twitter. What's Mortal Shell like? Mortal Shell is a Souls-like. It's so-so. It's so-so. According to Eighth. I bought it for Eighth because he wanted the physical copy. Hey, Seventh, I'm glad you're doing okay. Yeah, I'm fine. He-Man, Overlord of... The NWO stands for National Wrestling Association. Okay. Seventh, remember the song and video of Clay Green Jelly, Little Pig Man. That guitar riff is a beast. Best ever to me. I vaguely remember that song. I remember Green Jelly when they were called Green Jello before they got sued. And I remember watching like the first video that they ever got on MTV and thinking, wow, these guys really want to be Gwar. And that's about as far as my delving into their catalog went. Candyman or Pinhead, who would win? Ooh. Don't know, because I don't really have that firm of a grasp on what Candyman's powers are. I would say that Pinhead would F him up before he could even get all that close to him. I still think the Godzilla NES creepypasta. It's not coming from me, guys. It's coming from YouTube. My internet's being fine. I don't know what's causing that, but it ain't coming from my internet provider. It's coming from YouTube. YouTube must be having problems today. Anyway, I used to have a lot more friends than I do nowadays. And especially when I was playing music, because we were friends with other bands and we had people that would regularly come to see us play that I'd become friends with and blah 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 blah. And it's just not that way anymore. I have a small circle of friends that I stay in contact with, and that's about it nowadays. Let's see here. What webcam are you using? It's a Logitech C90 or whatever. 1080p camera. Conjuring versus Sinister versus Insidious, which is scarier? I thought none of them were scary. As far as the overall best of that three, The Conjuring. Insidious was almost great, and then it got to the part where they were in the further, and it just seemed like they ran out of budget, because it's just them walking around in the same set of the house but with blue lighting, or walking around in an unlit set with a fog machine on. It's like they just completely ran out of budget where they couldn't actually depict a real afterlife further area. So it's like, I know, let's just not build anything and turn the lights off and turn on a fog machine. But some of it was good. But Sinister, I hated Sinister. I thought that movie was so boring. It was so boring, and the ending wasn't satisfying. I don't understand people that really, really love that as a horror movie. I just thought it was dull as hell. Just boring movie. Uh, so for me, the most consistently quality movie out of those three is The Conjuring, but I don't think any of them are scary. I was so close getting Scalper PS5 for 750 euros, but he wanted money on bank transfer before I could see the PS5, and I was like, F that. You were right to do so. Seventh, when it comes to horror, what do you personally find scary? Nothing anymore. That's kind of the point. Should have been an Other Guys 2 instead of Daddy's Home 2. I can't disagree. I mean, there were parts of Daddy's Home 2 that I thought were funny, but I liked Other Guys better than either of the Daddy's Home films. Are you getting PSVR 2? Eventually, 8th wants it. I like Hellraiser movies. I like the first two. The rest of them are trash. Everything after 2 is trash. 7th, I met the dwarf from Twin Peaks in person in the 90s in Hollywood. The dude can rap. Huh. That's interesting there, Tokes. Another $5 from President PlayStation. Thank you, sir. That puts it up to $15 for Mr. PlayStation. Hey, chat, let's get 7th to stay another hour. That means we are $35 away from the 10 o'clock goal. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Are you also using a Stream Deck? Yes, I'm using a Stream Deck. That's what I'm using to make all this stuff pop up on the screen. It's confirmed Willem Dafoe will be the Green Goblin again, the main villain in the next Spider-Man film. It was confirmed. 7th, have you seen Wishmaster 2? No, because I didn't like Wishmaster 1. I thought it was a dumb movie. 7th, have you seen that movie Mickey about the foster kid killing his foster parents? No, I haven't seen that one either, Tokes. Which do you think was more creepier, The Grudge or Dead Silence? The Grudge. You know, Dead Silence was pretty creepy, and I was really digging it. And then it got to this, even though just the whole idea of the movie to me is dumb. You know, the ghost of a ventriloquist. It's overall dumb idea. But when it got to the scene with the dead guy, and she's using the dead guy as her dummy, I was like, no, this is past the point of my stupid tolerance. No. Do you think the internet has impacted our social lives? Absolutely. As in less true friendships and more focused on random likes. Absolutely, Celise. Very true. Although I couldn't give less of a crap about likes and follows. My thing is just, it's easier for me to have friends on here that I can just, talk to over Twitter or whatever than it is to find the time to go, hey, let's go meet at the bar, blah, blah, blah. No. I do have some personal friends to this day. I'm friends with Billy, I'm friends with Jay, I'm friends with 8-Bit Eric. The guys that I've met since I moved to Texas. I'm friends with Brian, who I met when I moved to Texas. In fact, we've talked about getting back together, and me and him and 8th going out retro game hunting after me and 8th get our second shot. He wants to wait until after we've had the second shot before we go out together because he's concerned about that. But and of course my friend Jeff, the guitar virtuoso who shows up so often in the chat, which I haven't actually talked to him in a couple of weeks. I've been meaning to give him a call, but it has been a nightmare at work. We lost one of our teammates, left the company, and so I've been having to catch up a lot of that person's work while they decide if they're going to try to hire somebody else to fill that slot or if we're just stuck with what we got. And it's easy for me to forget things when all that's going on. $5 from Enemy TV. That puts us up to $20. We're $30 away from the 10 o'clock goal. You demand 7. Thank you, Enemy. Want to be gamer. Later 7th, I'm out. All right. Hi, Master Chief. Did the dancing boy in The Conjuring remind you of, I think you meant, no, he did not remind me of who I'm assuming you meant. What was the best Leprechaun movie? None of them. They were all stupid. 7th, who was the best Joker from all generations? Who would you pick? Mark Hamill. Second place being Heath Ledger. Do you know the difference between Green Goblin and Hobgoblin? One of them was Norman Osborn, and the other one was not. In fact, hasn't Hobgoblin been like multiple people? Seventh is the reason horror movies don't scare you is that not only are you desensitized, but that you're conscious to the stuff you're seeing is fake. Well, that's also a layer of it. But most, I can remember being a kid, and I was aware that movies were fake, but some of them had moments that would creep me out or whatnot. But I think it's just the fact that so many horror movies draw back on horror movie tropes that have been used over and over and over again to the point where me and Eighth will start watching a horror movie and we can predict when the jump scares are going to be. We can predict the plot twists. It's like we've already seen it. And so I'm not saying it's impossible for a horror movie to scare me, but it would have to be one that did something so different that I wasn't going to be able to predict what was going to happen. And no, I've never bailed out of a movie in a theater. I've watched a movie in the theater that I thought was so bad that the only reason I stayed to finish it was because it'd be a waste of money for me to not, like Ghosts of Mars. Do you like the Grudge Netflix TV series? I didn't know there was one. Oh, wait. You're talking about that Japanese show. I watched a couple episodes of it, and it was just really boring. There wasn't much happening, so I didn't watch all of it. Seventh, do you still watch wrestling? No, I haven't watched wrestling in years. Did you get a raise for covering the guy at your work? No. I'm salaried. I make the same amount of money no matter what. I get an annual merit increase every year, and then I get a bonus every year. Oh, no, not quite. You're 2 hours fast, 2 minutes fast, Ultra Steel. Let's see here. For me, I did make the mistake watching how horror movies are made, and I know there are movies and fake, not getting scared, but yeah. Do you know any fanboys that try to use big words to sound smart to try to defend their lies? None come to mind. Most of them have a pretty small vocabulary, to be honest with you. Right now, I'm too busy to play video games. I know the feeling. Did you ever like Voltron? Oh, I loved Voltron back in the day. My first anime that I ever saw was Gigantor, reruns of the original black and white Gigantor that would play on the what do you call it? The local UHF station in my town growing up. Smithy donated $10. That puts us up to what? What does that put us up to? $30? I think. $30. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, that puts us up to $30. $20 more, and I got to stay till 10 o'clock. So we're $20 away. But anyway, I watched Gigantor when I was a kid on my UHF station, and so when Voltron was announced, I didn't at that time. I didn't have an understanding that this was animation that was brought over from Japan, and then new voice actors would record everything in English. I just thought they were cartoons. I had no understanding of this is a Japanese cartoon, this is an American cartoon. It was just all cartoons. So when I saw the commercials for Voltron, I was like excited about it because I was thinking, oh, this is like a new Gigantor, but with people actually driving the robot instead of just controlling it with a joystick. And so I got super big into Voltron. I would record every episode on VHS. My friends and I would come over and we'd all rewatch it together, and we would like role play Voltron out on the playground. And every week there was one kid that randomly had to be picked to be the row beast, and we'd all, kick his ass. And I had the Matchbox Voltron toy that you could separate into the 5 lions and all that. So I was big into Voltron. Do you feel modern CGI VFX looks too cheap nowadays? Generic is the word I would say. Because you have so many movies where the CG looks like the same crap. Like if you look at the Transformers movies, and then you watch the Battleship movie they made a few years ago, the Battleship movie just looks like another Transformers movie because the CG looks so similar. 7th, do you ever watch Asian horror movies with the subtitles? Now those are severely gory. Gory, yes. Scary, not so much. What movie disappointed you the most? Disappointed me the most. The Lost World, Jurassic Park 2. God, that movie sucked. It just didn't have the feel of the first one at all. Hated it. Silent Hill or Siren? Silent Hill. What's your favorite cartoon cat between Heathcliff, Garfield, or Top Cat? I didn't watch Top Cat at all. Honestly, probably Heathcliff, because when I was a kid, I saw Heathcliff before Garfield had his own regular series. Prior to that, Garfield was just like holiday specials. Whereas I could see Heathcliff every day when I got home from school. Plus, I kind of liked the theme song to Heathcliff, the show. The dancing boy was in Insidious. My bad, not in The Conjuring. Okay. How much do you know about facial recognition technology and where the world is going with it? Probably not any more than you do. Because, my company doesn't use any of that. You don't watch wrestling, but do you watch boxing? Nope. When will you get a promotion? I have no idea. The last time I got a promotion was in 2019, 2 years ago. 7th, do you remember G-Force? Yes. I believe that one was also called like Battle of the Planets or something like that, depending on the market you were in. And in Japan was called Gotcha Man. It was a good show. It's not $40 because I'm scrolling up. Smithy gave me 10. Enemy gave 5, that's 15. President 5, that's 20. Then another 5 from President, that's 25. And then another 5 from President, that's 30. $30. We're $20 away from the 10 o'clock goal. It's been $30. Smith donated 10. He didn't donate 20. 7th, read my donation message. Here's 10 buckazoids. 7th ass is going numb tonight. I don't know. That remains to be seen. Which reminds me, I forgot to do this. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me check my email. I forgot that I don't get a notification when people... I haven't been getting notifications when people donate to my Streamlabs. I only get them nowadays when they use the gray button with the $sign on it. Hold on. Okay, yeah. I also got another donation of $10. I don't know on my Streamlabs. I don't know who it was from because neither their email or their name line up to an account on the chat. So I'll just go by first name that's on here. Thank you, Jordan, for the $10. So actually it was 40. And now President PlayStation has downloaded another $5 for president. So that makes it 45. So we're now $5 away from me having to stay till 10 o'clock. Okay, so now we're all caught up on that. We're at 45. Based on Tetsugen 28, correct. Did any of you ever see the live action Tetsugen 28 movie? God. Jacoby Man's donated $6.99 Canadian. So that puts us up to 50. So that means we're staying till 10 o'clock tonight. So that means y'all get to see this animation I hardly get to use anymore. Your time has been extended. So we are staying till 10 o'clock so far. And that puts us $25 away from the 11 o'clock goal. Oh, and for everybody, I forgot. I always forget because it's an extra button. Here's a dollar bill for everyone that donated. There's a dollar bill. All right, so anyone see the live action Tetsugen 28? Oh, man. That CG, though. Ooh. It's a fun movie, but that CG. Did you know Soul Calibur and Tekken are in the same universe? Dude, I didn't even know until a couple of weeks ago that Drakengard and Nier were the same universe. 7th, what's your favorite type of cat? Lion, jaguar, panther, or saber-tooth? Or tiger? None, because I'm not a cat person. I'm a dog person. What? I don't need money and don't get a... Oh, I donate money and don't get a dollar bill. That's why. Well, I'm sorry. Here, have another dollar bill since you're going to complain about it, enemy. Thank you for your donation. Gigantor is an American. I know that. But I didn't know it back then. I just thought it was another cartoon. Here's a compliment. You're super awesome, and I'm sure 7th appreciates your donation. You forgot about Felix the Cat. I remember watching reruns of Felix the Cat when I was a kid. 7th, do you think sequel movies are hard to pull off because they have to be similar enough and different from its predecessors? Why does Aliens and Terminator 2 work, for example? Well, that's because they're not really in the same genre. Both Aliens and Terminator 2, they transitioned over to sci-fi action as opposed to horror. And so, yes, they're good movies, but I wouldn't say they're good horror movies, whereas the first Terminator was more of a noir thriller, and the first Alien movie was basically a haunted house movie, but in space. Do you like Planet of the Apes, both franchises? Yeah, they're all right. Did I raise the price? No, I didn't raise no prices. Can I get another dollar bill from Jacoby Man? Okay, here's another dollar bill. Oh, he donated another... He donated again. Okay, so that puts us up to, we'll just say $55. $55. We're at 55 bucks. Because I'm not sure of the currency differences between Canadian and US. So we'll just say it's 55 bucks. Let me mark that down so I don't lose track of where we're at. I kind of need I need to fix this donating bar so that it registers everything. Because that's how I was keeping track of it before, and now it doesn't register the super chats anymore. It only, for some stupid reason, only shows it only goes up. Well, actually, it's the other way around. It only goes up when someone donates through Streamlabs. It doesn't go up when you donate using the gray button with the dollar sign on it. So we've had one actual donation to Streamlabs tonight, meaning that out of all the donations that we've received tonight, that $10 is the only one I'll actually get tonight. The rest of them I won't get until my YouTube account hits $100 of value, and then they'll send me the $100. So we're at 55. So we're another $20 away from extending it to 11 o'clock. did you like the Scorpion King films? I like the first one. The ones that were direct-to-video sequels were trash. Absolute trash. Boogie is not in jail. Boogie didn't spend any time in jail. He bailed out almost instantly. He turned himself in. He was booked. His lawyer was right there. He was arraigned. They bailed him out. He's not in jail right now. $75 total, Jacoby man, not another 75. 75 total. $50 I stay till 10. 75 I stay till 11. Anything 100 and up I stay till midnight. Do you celebrate October with any movies, games? I watch, horror movies. That's about, do you think the Boogie thing was a stunt? No, I don't think it was a stunt. If anything, I would think it more likely that he'd lose subscribers over that than gain new ones. Now, y'all were the ones that paid for me to stay till 10. So, y'all got to come with the questions, man. 7th, that they made a Killer Clowns from Outer Space 2. What would you like to see from it? 100% practical effects. No CG. No CG. I'd love to see their homeworld and maybe some new fun. Yeah, I'd like to see the clown homeworld too. What would you do, 7th, if Frank Hassel showed up at your house? I'd keep the door locked and I'd call the cops because I'd know if I opened the door that, it was probably going to be more than a warning shot. So I just wouldn't open the door. And I'd call the cops and I'd say, hello, cops. This jerk off from YouTube who's probably on the spectrum and has no concept of personal space is standing on my front porch demanding to be let in. And I'd have the cops come do their job. That's what I would do. Let him spend a night in the pokey. Maybe teach him a lesson about how what he does is dumb. Would be an interesting site for a sequel. Why didn't Boogie do that? I don't know. Maybe he thought that Frank was armed, and by the time cops actually showed up there, he'd end up being hurt. I don't know. But if it was me, I wouldn't have opened the door. I would have let him stood out on the porch and yell and scream and make an ass of himself. And, I would just call the cops. Wouldn't even acknowledge that he was there. I'd just let him bang on the door and I'd be like, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, there's some mentally deficient dickhead on my front porch. Could you come get him, please? Seventh, which did you like more, PS1 or PS3? Probably PS3. My favorite was the PS2. Such a big, expansive library. So much to choose from. And I know the PS1 library was big too, but dang. But there was a lot of games that I just really, really enjoyed playing through on the PS3. What the For Max 88, $50. And that puts us up to $105. I guess I'm staying till midnight. Might have been fun to play Mass Effect. Not going to happen now. So I get to show this again. Your time has been extended. So that means we have 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. I'll try to be entertaining for another 3 hours and 45 minutes. I don't know if I can pull that off. I'll try, though. Thank you, Max. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I'll put that in my... if any other donations come through... Now, I ain't staying past midnight. If any other donations come through... All right, so now it's $109. If any more donations come through, all of it is going to fund the hotel room for Retropalooza in October. Costs about $130 a night to stay in that hotel. So you've almost paid tonight. You've almost paid for one night in the hotel. Almost. Oh, brother. Is that Mad Max 88? I don't know who Mad Max 88 is. Because of the drama between Boogie vs. Frank House, never go to a YouTuber's house. The GameCube Cube is Nintendo arguably best achievement in gaming. That thing aged well. 7th, would you stay in a haunted hotel overnight? Already have. Doesn't exist anymore, but back in the early 2000s, I stayed in a haunted hotel in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. It was the Holiday Inn Sunspree, and it started out as a different hotel. So it had two different buildings. It had the newer Holiday Inn building in the front, and then it had this older building in the back. And they kind of bait and switched you because you'd go on the website and they'd show you the new building, but if they didn't have any rooms available there, they'd put you in the old building that wasn't on the website. And so guess what? We ended up in the old building, and it turned out that there had been lots of people that had died in that hotel over the years because it was built back in the 40s. And so at one point, there was a fire that had killed some people, and there were some Boy Scouts that got killed there, and there were several people that had hung themselves and shot themselves in that hotel, and So yeah, I've stayed in a haunted hotel already. It wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, we saw some stuff. The ice machine outside our room would just randomly puke ice all over the floor. You would see shadows of a guy walking back and forth through the pool area, and then you'd go out to the pool and there was nobody there. We were the only ones staying on our floor, but you could hear kids laughing. I was standing there talking with one of the maintenance people about the history of the hotel, and suddenly, I was like, well, do you really think it's haunted? And the minute I asked him that, and I saw his hands, he didn't have any remotes or anything in his hands, didn't have a walkie-talkie, nothing. I asked him that, and instantly all the power went out in the whole hotel. It's like, do you really think it's haunted? Everything. Power, everything. Gone. Lights went out, whole thing. And the hallways of the hotel, almost without having the flower pattern, looked like the hallways from The Shining, where you had the two little girls down at the end of the hall. That's kind of what the inside of this thing looked like. And the lobby had that kind of old Western look that the big Colorado room in The Shining had. So, yeah. Okay, Seventh. Well, send you some money for your hotel room, but could you make some content? Are you complaining that I don't make enough videos nowadays, Jacob? Well, you know what I'm been telling you. Work is kicking my ass, man. How do you feel about that 6 hour podcast? It sounds like you prefer three. I do prefer three, but Seventh, if we donated $1,000, would you do the seventh cast all night? I don't know that I could do one all night. I don't know that, I have circulation problems, so I don't know that I could do that. I'd probably like lose the feeling in my feet or something. I don't know that I could do it all night. And besides which, the largest donation amount that I've ever received on a single night of the seventh cast was a couple of years ago, and it was $473, and it was because there was two people that got in a donation war where they were trying to out donate each other, and so I ended up with $473. I stayed till 1 a.m. that night because I felt so bad about it going so far over the $100 that I felt obligated to do something. So I might have actually stayed till 2 in the morning. I might have stayed till 2 because I remember saying that I was never again going to do an 8-hour stream. So, yeah. How do you feel about I already answered that. Seventh, I don't think I've ever heard your opinions on the Mass Effect franchise. I didn't care for the first one all that much because the shooting mechanics and everything were kind of wonky due to it trying to really cater to the whole RPG thing. The second one I really, really liked. And then the third one, I was enjoying it all right. But, all my friends at the time had told me how crappy the ending was. And it kind of killed my interest in finishing it. And so I never finished it. Later, Master Chief. Yeah, the hotel's not there anymore. They tore it down a few years ago. But I went on when the last time I was in Gatlinburg was in 2013, and we went on a haunted tour of Gatlinburg. And I asked the tour guide about that hotel, and he was like, "Oh yeah, there was all sorts of bad stuff that happened there." He said, "But it don't exist anymore. It used to stand right over there, and they tore it down." Well, I wouldn't do it. Seven's a hardworking man. He needs his rest. How much to make you stay till 2? Well, like I said, Jacoby, man, the last time I did that was when I hit $473. And we're a long ways away from that. Which podcast was that $473? I'd love to see that. It was the one that lasted 8 hours. I don't know. Seventh, how do you feel about Medusa in Greek mythology? Well, she's an interesting character. Yeah, I don't think she's been properly depicted in cinema. I mean, I can remember seeing Clash of the Titans in the theater because my dad was a big fan of Ray Harryhausen, and so when he found out that Clash of the Titans was being made, he was really one of the few times I've ever seen my dad really excited to go see a movie at the theater, and he took me to see it. And I can remember at the age that I was at, which was maybe 6, that I thought the Medusa in that was pretty creepy for what it was. But they didn't really delve incredibly deeply into her backstory, and you didn't get to see what she was like before she got turned into that. All you saw was the monster, and it didn't talk or anything. So I've always felt that Medusa could have been better depicted. And I mean, the Medusa in the remake of Clash of the Titans wasn't really any better. They just did it in CG, but it was still just a CG monster. What are your thoughts on Deus Ex Mankind Divided? I prefer the old original Deus Ex games actually to the new ones, because the new ones, they just feel more like first-person shooters with stealth and RPG elements thrown in. I never played the first game, just started with 2 when I got the Legendary Edition on Friday because I heard how bad the controls are. Well, I mean, they redid the controls on 1. The controls now feel more the same going from 1 to 2 to 3 on the Legendary Edition. They've tweaked the aiming and everything for the first game. The first game is actually the game where they had to make the most corrections and changes, and they revamped the aiming, revamped the cover system, made everything more uniform with the other two. So it might behoove you to go back and stop what you're doing and go back and start with 1, because actually, if you'll remember, the third game, Mass Effect 3, you had this readiness thing where, the more planets you went to and the more bad guys you conquered, and the more readiness level you had, so that when you went to the final battle, you would lose fewer friends in the story. And you could increase that amount by playing the online multiplayer for 3. Well, the Legendary Edition doesn't have the multiplayer. So what they've done to compensate for that is, if you start on the first game and work your way to the third game, everything that you do in the first 2 carries over to your battle readiness for the final fight in 3. So it really does behoove you, if you want a better ending. Clash of the Titans, I love that movie. I have the hand of Calabas. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I like it too. Sometimes in the right conditions, I think stop motion animation is still enjoyable. Which do you like better, Battlefield, Call of Duty? Your choice and why. I don't like either one of them because I don't like military shooters. I like sci-fi stuff like Doom and whatnot. Doom, Resistance, the first 2 Halos. Never really got into the military ones at all. I almost got into Battlefield Bad Company 1 simply because of how funny the dialogue was. Never say never, 7th. Money talks. I bet for $5,000 you'd do 8 hours. I bet I wouldn't, Chris, because if y'all donated $5,000 in one night, I'd probably have a heart attack. I was speechless when I hit 473. What do you think 5,000 would do to me? $5,000, I wouldn't even know how to react. That's almost as how much as I get for my annual bonus after the taxes come out. That'd be getting that for me. $5,000 would be like getting a second bonus. For me, $5,000 would be life changing, because I'd be able to take that and pay off 2 more of my credit cards to where I'd have more money per month, so that I don't get hit so bad when I have to start paying my student loan in August. My student loan is going to be costing me over $200 a month. And that's going to take a big chunk out of my monthly fund money. And so $5,000 would pay off 2 of my credit cards, and then that would free up $200 a month to where the student loan wasn't affecting me at all. So, that would be life-changing. You'd probably give me a heart attack. But I ain't stupid, Chris. I don't have friends. I don't have fans or friends that rich. I don't, and certainly not ones that would like me enough to throw $5,000 in there. Like I said, 473 is as high as it's ever gotten. Do you want to see Kratos fight another culture's gods like Egypt and/or Japanese? Yes. Speaking of that, has anyone died on a stream yet? Yes, there's been multiple people that have died in a stream. People that have killed themselves, people that have killed over. There was one guy that he killed his own girlfriend live on a stream. Some really disturbed people out there, man. Really disturbed people. Ugh. My oh my. My. But yeah, I ain't staying till 2 in the morning again, unless I top my previous record, which was 473. So since it's not going to happen, I'll just say if we hit $500 tonight, I'll stay till 2 in the morning. Okay? We hit 500, I'll stay till 2 in the morning. But for me to even attempt like a 24-hour stream, because I've been asked that before, what would it take for you to stay for a 24-hour stream? It would be big. It would be like in the 5K range, like what you were talking about. It'd have to be just like this ridiculous, ungodly amount, because that's when it starts to really be detrimental to my health at that point. So it's got to be worth the risk. And you guys have been watching me long enough to know that it's not really about the donation amount for me anyway. I just like sitting and talking about movies and games. It's just, if I'm going to do it for more than 3 hours, where I'm basically spending half of my my awake free time on one of my only 2 days off, then it's got to be worth my while to do anything more than 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Let's see here. Seventh, I always wondered why serial killers killed for. Well, for some, it's sexual gratification, and for others, it's just a compulsion. There's not any one magic formula for it, Tokes. Uh, if you haven't watched it yet, I would recommend watching that show on Netflix about serial killers. What is it called? Mind Hunters or something like that? I can't remember the name of it. Thoughts on the more you know PSAs? The PSAs I remember most from as a kid, were the ones that were at the end of like GI Joe and well, mainly GI Joe. I mean, I know He-Man did it, and I think the Transformers did it too. But the ones I remember the most are the He-Man ones, because it was like, and now you know, and knowing is half the battle. What would you do if you paid off all your debt? If I paid off all my debt, I would buy me and Eighth a nice house, so that I wouldn't have to be paying rent anymore. And when I died, he would have a house fully paid off and a car fully paid off. So, two of his biggest worries, being on his own, would be taken care of. That's what I'd do. That's the goal that I'm working towards now anyway, but I'm having to do it the slow way because it's going to take me time to pay all this debt off. I mean, I'm probably not going to live long enough to pay off my student loan debt, because my student loan debt is up around 70 grand. But I at least want to get enough of my debt paid off to where he and I can go and get us, like a nice, not mansion or anything, but around 2,000 square feet, that has a one level open floor plan with a big center room with the kitchen that would be like the main living room area, and then on this side 2 bedrooms, and then on the other side of the center room, like one more bedroom and a den. And so that would be like my in-law apartment that they have in some homes, and I would live on that side of the house, and then him and whoever, if he gets married one day or whatnot, they would live on that side of the house. So they only had to see me when they wanted to see me, and eventually I would die, and the house would go to him, and it would be paid for. So he'd have no mortgage, it'd just be his, and he'd have a decent start at life. And if he wanted a bigger house after that, then he'd be able to turn around and flip it and use the money from that as the down payment on whatever bigger house he did want. That's what I would do. That's my goal. That's what I want. I want to leave this world knowing that he's going to be okay. When was the last time you played a game on hard difficulty? I can't. Kingdoms of Amalur. I got the platinum on it by beating it on the hardest difficulty. I think that was the last one. Thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Remake gameplay? It was okay. The farther that series goes, the more it feels like Kingdom Hearts. That's my thought on it. Seventh, you can get an FHA home loan at 3% down. Yeah, but my credit rating sucks. So, I probably couldn't get approved on my own. I'd have to have a significant down payment for that. Never mind the fact that the previous time I owned a home, I didn't have enough time to sell it to move down here. So I had to do it as a deed in lieu of foreclosure, where I basically just gave the house back to the bank so that it wouldn't look like a foreclosure on my record, which is better than a foreclosure, but it still doesn't look that great on your credit rating. My credit rating sucks. Is serial killing natural? No. What would chairs look like if our legs bent the other way? There's pictures of that. You can look it up on YouTube. Have you ever platted a Tales of game? I don't think so, because it was so grindy that I didn't feel like putting up with it. Would you watch E3 live like you used to? If everybody wanted me to bad enough, I'd do it. Sorry to hear that, Seventh. Damn, bro. Yeah, it's like, the divorce basically ruined my credit, because I found out that she had racked up a lot of debt in my name that I didn't know about, and I started getting all these bills for stuff that I had no idea where any of it was coming from. And she also cleared my bank account out. And so long story short of it is that by the time we were separated and I was on my own again, my credit rating was down in like the 500 range. And in the years since then, I've only been able to improve it up to around the 650 point. So my credit rating is garbage. And so I can't even get approved for a car unless I go to drive time. And the only reason that I have credit card debt was because I had used some credit cards to pay for a vacation one year, and with the thinking I'll pay these off over the course of the next year, and then I can just be using these credit cards to fund vacation every year. And what ended up happening is the year after I went on that vacation, I had to move to Texas, and the company paid for some of my move, but they didn't pay for all my expenses. And I ended up having to put more on those credit cards to cover some of the moving expenses of coming to Texas. And then when I got to Texas, the moving company destroyed a bunch of my stuff. So I had to replace all that stuff that was destroyed. I had to buy a new TV. I had to buy a new couch. I had to buy new dining room furniture. I had to replace shelves. I had to buy a bunch of stuff, and that just racked it up even more. And so I've got this credit card debt that for the last 4 years, I've been trying to pay off. I took a big chunk of it out this year because I devoted most of my bonus money to paying that debt down. And so that eliminated some of it, but it didn't eliminate enough of it to where when I have to start paying the student loan again, that, it's not going to cut into my fund money. And every year I get a raise, but at the same time, every year my rent at this house goes up by about $50 a month. So that every year that takes $50 a month away from the raise that I was getting. And so it's like take one step forward, take two steps back. And so, it's going to take me a minimum of another 3 or 4 years to get out from under the majority of this, to get out from under everything except for rent and my student loans, short of some miracle happening. And, I don't play the lottery, and I don't have any rich relatives, so there's no miracles coming for me. I just got to do it the old-fashioned way. Why are some people born to kill if serial killing isn't natural? Because it's caused by unnatural mental disorders. Do you think you're getting paid fairly for your job with the amount of your experience that you have? Probably not. I could probably make more going somewhere else. But I don't like job hopping. I don't like job hopping because if you leave one company to go to another, you're guaranteed that extra amount of money that you're going to get. But you know what you're not guaranteed is your boss going to be an a-hole. Are your coworkers going to be a-holes? Are you actually going to enjoy working that job as much as the one you currently have? And for me, I'd rather be a little underpaid than run the risk of ending up somewhere that I hate to be at. No, being salaried doesn't make me feel owned. The only downside to being salaried is that I don't make any extra money. I don't make time and a half for overtime anymore. Thoughts on long distance relationships and can they work? Not in my experience. How's Alex doing? She's up to a little over 5 pounds now. She wasn't even 2 pounds when we got her. But now she's up over 5 pounds. She's now about this long and about yay high. I'd show her to you, but she's in 8th's room, and 8th hasn't shown up in the chat today. So, I can try sending him a message on Twitter and see if he'll bring her in here. Hold on a second. Let me see. No guarantees. All right, I sent him a tweet. I don't know if he'll even see it or not. He could be asleep. He could be playing a game and not paying attention to his phone. So, he'll either bring her in here or he won't. We'll see. Learning the app Game Eye, good so far. Yeah, I like Game Eye. It helps me keep track of my collection pretty well. Do you regret going on that vacation? Kinda, because it was a vacation that I took with me, 8th, and the second Mrs. 7th, who I'm no longer with. And part of the reason that we went where we went was because she had never been, which was Disney World. She had never been there, and so I was wanting for her to be able to say that at least once in her life she had gone on a really cool Disney World vacation. But at the same time, I don't regret it because I have a lot of good memories of that trip with 8th. And it was fun with her too. We parted on amicable. I can't even say it. This is going to be a rough night. Amicable terms. Amicable. We parted on good terms. And, there was no arguing or anything like that. It simply boiled down to the fact that she didn't want to come to Texas. Did you like Toonami back in the day? Yeah. Do you know what a blockchain is? Yeah. But I don't follow it enough to where I could give you any opinions on any of it. Return AI is finished, small dev team. How funny is that they're making a better game than Microsoft and Xbox? Oh, Returnal? Yeah. Looked like Return AI because of the way you typed it. I'll say this about Returnal. I am in agreement that I don't know if it's really worth $70. And as it turns out, even the developers didn't know that Sony was going to be charging $70 for that game until they saw the price in the commercials. And the reason I say that is because in my opinion, there's really not $70 worth of new material in it. If you're someone that's into that kind of game, you can get $70 out of it. But when compared to paying $70 for an RPG that's got 50 hours of story. No, it doesn't compare. And the reason being is because when you play after you play the first 3 levels, the next 2 levels after that are just redresses of levels 1 and 2. Levels 4 and 5 are just redressed versions of levels 1 and 2. And then level 6 is just you running around on the bottom of a lake. It's underwater. But, so it reskins 2 levels, so you're not really seeing anything tremendously new. You're seeing the desert level, but it's covered in snow, and you're seeing the jungle level, only everything looks older, and there's more powerful enemies. So, it reuses assets and stuff to where really there's only a couple of hours of total gameplay to it. If you're really good at it, you can speed run through that thing like it was nothing. 8th blows through it like it was nothing. Do you think cryptocurrency can replace the current fiat currency somewhere in the future? I don't know. I'm not a financial guy. Yeah, it's on PSN, 70 or 80 euros, but Thoughts about trying Forex. I don't know what Forex is. I'm not a financial guy. I don't know how many times I got to say it. I don't deal with cryptocurrency. I don't deal with stocks. I have a 401k, and at some point I intend to open a Roth IRA to leave just a little bit more for 8th when I'm gone, and that's it. That is it, my friends. Dun, dun, dun. Y'all got to keep the questions coming. We've got another 3 hours and 12 minutes of this shit. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all were all high energy just a few minutes ago. 7th, what would it take for you to stay all night long? 7th, what would it take for you to stay till 2 o'clock tonight? And then questions just dried up. The questions just dried up. Sometimes I think y'all donate to get me to stay till midnight without thinking, now we got to come up with enough questions to keep him talking till midnight. Xbox fanboys say Recore and Medium are better than Returnal, but both of those are doo-doo. Recore is pretty bad, yeah. Recore was basically... Recore really is their answer to Ratchet and Clank, but they made it in a Metroidvania semi-open world kind of way, and it's just kind of bland. I mean, you want to know what Returnal is? I'll tell you what Returnal is. Returnal is 3D Robotron 2084 with rogue elements taken from The Binding of Isaac. That's what it is. How big is your Switch collection? Let me look. Hold on a second. I'm pulling up my Game Eye. Let's see. Refine. Refined by console. Nintendo Switch. Apply. Not a whole lot, really. I have 21 games for the Switch. Just 21. Haven't been buying for it all that much. Let's see. What do I have? Astro Chain. Blaster Master Zero. Cave Story Plus. Dark Souls Remastered. Diablo 3 Eternal. Hyrule Warriors. Kamiko. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, Mario plus Rabbids, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, Monster Hunter, Octopath Traveler, Puyo Puyo Tetris, Salt and Sanctuary, Starlink Battle for Atlas, Super Mario Odyssey, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, The World Ends With You, and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. That's everything that I have for it. I don't have a whole lot. Actually, you know what? I don't think that list is accurate because I'm pretty sure that I bought 8th, the second Hyrule Warriors game for Switch, and a couple of other games. Yeah, I bought him a couple of other Switch games for Christmas that aren't on here. I bought him some Kirby game, and I bought him a couple of Pokemon games. Like I bought him the newest one, and I like Pokemon Sword or whatever it was, and I bought him Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu or whatever. So it's actually probably closer to 25 games total. I just haven't added those to my Game Eye yet. 7th, did you like Bio Billy on NES? Not really. That game was really, really hyped up in the magazines and everything. And then when I played it, I was like, okay. I mean, I still own it. It's on my shelf right now, but it's not one of my favorites. Why does Nintendo never drop the price of their games? Because they probably don't ship them in as large numbers as Sony and Microsoft do. So these stores don't end up with a surplus of them as much as the other platforms. And so there's no need to lower the price. You know, the prices on games drop when these retail outlets aren't selling the copies they have. How is a Roth IRA better than a savings account? I believe the interest on it is higher than a savings account. What was the last game you played that made you want to go back for the second run right away? I don't remember. It's been a while. Aqua Teen, Metalocalypse, and Venture Brothers are all getting movies. Which one do you want to see the most? Probably Aqua Teen. 7th, do you like any of the family games like Monopoly, Wheel of Fortune, Uno, family board games? I liked Monopoly as a kid, but the one that I played the most was Sorry, Tokes. And the reason that I played Sorry a lot was because it was my grandmother's favorite board game. And, you know, my mom was a heavy-duty churchgoer, so she was always gone at some church function or choir practice or that kind of crap. And my dad was a cop, of course, and when he was off duty, he was often down in the basement in his little reloading business where he would reload ammunition and sell it at gun shows. And so I spent a lot of my time once I'd get home from school hanging out with my grandmother because my grandmother lived with us. My parents took her in when my grandfather died before I was born. And so I basically grew up with two moms, but one of the moms was always off doing church stuff. And so I spent a lot of time with my grandmother, and her favorite board game was Sorry. And so we would end up playing Sorry a lot. Of course, she cheated like nobody's business, you know. She'd be like, look at what your dog's doing over there. And I'd turn and look, and she'd move the pieces around. She was devious, man. Let's see here. 7th, did you like Adventure on Atari? Yeah, it was one of the first games I ever beat. It was one of the first games that I ever, completed. Now, of course, with Atari games, you do everything in it, and it just resets everything, and you do it again at a higher difficulty or with stuff moved around or whatever. But it was the first one where, I completed everything you were supposed to do and killed the dragon and all that. And I loved it. How much can you overhead press? I have no idea. Seventh, did you like Minecraft? No. Seventh, what about family video games? Do you buy them and play them? I did when eighth was a little kid. We'd play the Lego games and stuff like that together. Lego games, Mega Mind, the Shrek games, Kung Fu Panda, stuff that a little kid would want to play. But as he got older, he played those less and less. And so now it's to the point where we rarely do co-op stuff much anymore, simply because, they don't make that many adult co-op games that are couch co-op where we could sit together and play. The last one that we spent any amount of time playing together was Sackboy's Adventure on PS5, and even then we only played it for a couple of hours, and then he took it back to his room. We did play Borderlands 3 co-op, but he was in his room and I was in the game room, and that's how we had to play it, because we didn't want to do the split screen crap like we did with Borderlands 2. Seventh, do you have a favorite TV host? No, because I don't watch TV anymore. I only watch, Netflix and Amazon Prime and all that stuff. Do you play chess? A friend of mine taught me how to play chess when I was a teenager, but I never was really into chess, because right around the time that I learned how to play chess, my cousins taught me how to play Magic the Gathering, and I had a lot more fun with Magic the Gathering than I did playing chess. So, chess kind of fell along the wayside, and I became obsessed with Magic the Gathering for a long time. Are you glad that the Switch succeeded and Nintendo are still making consoles? I'm glad that Nintendo are still making handhelds that can plug into a TV, yes. I love chess. I used to be really good at it too. I wouldn't say I was great at it. I could hold my own, but I wasn't like a chess master or anything. What's the best streaming service? Right now, I'd say it'd be a tie between HBO and Amazon Prime. Disney is only good when they have new stuff coming out. I mean, it's nice to be able to watch all the old stuff, but I rarely get a hankering to watch any of the old Disney stuff. Every now and again I'll rewatch Tron, or I'll rewatch Rocketeer, or I'll rewatch that old movie from the 70s I like, Island at the Top of the World. But really all Disney is for watching whatever new stuff they post on Fridays. And since Falcon and the Winter Soldier is over, there is nothing new being posted on Fridays except for stupid Disney Channel crap. And that's the thing about Disney Plus. They talk about how much content they have, but what they don't tell you is how much of it is crappy made for Disney Channel movies. It's absolutely flooded with them. And so there's not, you take away the Star Wars trilogy, and you take away the Pirates movies, and, you take away all that stuff, and what you're left with is just a bunch of Disney Channel garbage. And Netflix has gotten to where, every now and again one of their original movies is decent. And season 4 of Castlevania was great. But it's mainly, more than anything else, it's the Stranger Things service. It's the Stranger Things and Witcher service. And that's the only two things I really care about. And, season 4 of Stranger Things has been delayed. And I think Witcher season 2 ain't coming till December. So I'm not really using Netflix all that much. So, and I ought to cancel Hulu, because I barely ever use it for anything. I barely use it at all. I ought to cancel it. But I have Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, HBO, and Funimation. I have 5 different services, and the one that I use more than any of the others is Amazon Prime. They don't really have that many great original shows. You know, you got The Boys and you got Invincible, and that's about it. Everything else that they've done that's original shows is pretty much trash. But, uh, you know, I have a pretty large digital library on Amazon. I've purchased something like 273 something movies on it. And it always has a decent circulation of additional movies coming to it and what have you. And plus, I have Shudder on there, so I get all the Shudder original horror movies and all that. So my main service is Amazon Prime. And the original, there's only one good original that I've ever watched on Hulu. One good one, and that's the one that I was talking about like a week or two ago. That Boss movie. What was the name of that movie? Hulu Boss. What was it called? Boss Level. It's this. It's kind of like. It's kind of like Groundhog Day, but it's a video game inspired action movie, and it's really a lot of fun. If you've never watched Boss Level, you really need to check that one out. Let's see here. What about Peacock? Peacock ain't got nothing that I want. It's just a bunch of old NBC shows. I couldn't care less. Thoughts on Aladdin on Sega Genesis? It was superior to the Super Nintendo game. Super Nintendo game is good, but it's not as good as the Genesis one. Tales from the Loop. I watched it. Did it even make it to a second season? Because I don't remember a second season ever coming out. You know, I got to the end of Tales from the Loop, and I was like, is that it? Is that really all they were doing with this? It was very disappointing. Hey, 7th, without using Google, can you guess what the 3 most profitable franchises of all time are? No, I cannot. What do you think about Apple's iMacs and MacBooks? I don't think much of them because I don't use them. Disney Plus is a financial success. And I mean, if you've got a bunch of little kids, you know, you got a bunch of little towheads running around, then, you know, Disney Plus has a lot to offer because it has all the Disney classic movies on it, all the cartoons and all that stuff. And so, you know, there's enough stuff on Disney Plus to keep kids occupied for hours on end. But for an adult, not a whole lot on there. You know, you got the Marvel movies, and that's about it. And if you've already seen all the Marvel movies, you know, most of the you know, I haven't really, short of like Captain Marvel and the Ant-Man movies, I haven't really seen a Marvel movie that I thought wasn't good. But at the same time, most of them don't have a whole lot in the way of rewatchability, because once you get past the first movie in a particular series in the Marvel movies, then they just start to feel like episodes in a TV show after that. You know, Iron Man feels like a movie. Captain America, the First Avenger, feels like a movie. Doctor Strange feels like a movie. Captain America and the Winter Soldier feels like an episode of a TV show. Captain America Civil War, episode of a TV show. Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, episodes in a TV show. Because that's what they are. They're 2-hour episodes of one long TV show, which is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And so because of the fact that these are just adding on to one big long story instead of being self-contained stories, they feel less like movies, they feel less like sequels, and just more like another episode. So they don't have the replayability, the rewatchability of, say, the first one in the series where it was a self-contained film. Why are GameCube prices going up? GameCube games didn't sell in the numbers that PS2 games did, so there's not as many of them out there, I guess. Warner Brothers Plus. Why do they need Warner Brothers Plus? Warner Brothers owns HBO, so HBO already is Warner Brothers. That's stupid. Do you like PS View? Never used it. Do you have the Lion King Aladdin collection on PS4? Nope. What was your favorite Jim Carrey movie? Probably the original Dumb and Dumber. Or The Mask. One of those two. Have you ever rickrolled anyone at work? Oh yeah, I've done it all. I've done it several times. Do you think Disney Plus can overthrow Netflix as the #1 streaming service? I kind of doubt it. Because, in Europe, Disney already has this trial service where more adult-oriented films are going to be an option called Star. And you click on that, and that's where like the PG-13 and the R-rated stuff is going to be. Like all the Fox stuff that they ended up with, like Predator and Aliens and all that kind of thing. That's where it's going to be. But they haven't gotten that in the U.S. yet. Once it gets that, then yeah, maybe it can be more of a competitor to Netflix. But for right now, not really. Did you hear about Brie Larson supposedly leaving the MCU? Could be because of the fact that there's not going to be a Captain Marvel 2. It's just going to be called The Marvels, and she's having to share screen time with Miss Marvel along with her. Have you checked out Bad Batch? No. I was never a fan of the Clone Wars. I was never a fan of Rebels. So, the Bad Batch doesn't have anything for me. My questions are being skipped. When? Where? Where, Tokes? I answer. Oh. Hang on, Tokes. Here she is. Come here a little bit. There's Alex. There she is. Okay. Did you miss Grandpa? Huh? Did you miss Grandpa? Oh. Come on. Say hello to everybody. There she is. There's Alex. Did you miss me? Okay. All right. Okay. All righty. What you doing in there, right?
Nothing.
Not playing nothing?
I mean, yeah, but...
What were you playing?
Control.
Oh, Control. That's right. You're trying to plat it.
Yeah, I'm at 70%.
70%.
Started today.
Well, you started working on the trophies today, and you're already at 70%.
Yep.
Pretty easy plat then, sounds like. Okay, sweet.
Irritating.
So
Got some
here you go, guys. This is how big she is. She's about a little over 5 pounds. Typical Chihuahua mixed with something else. She's a Heinz 57. Not going to look at the camera much, though, are you? You don't really like being in here because it's dark. You're not used to coming and seeing me in here. You're used to coming to see me in the game room, huh? Yeah. There we go. But as you can see, she's a lot bigger than she was when we first got her. So she's already gotten a lot bigger. Okay. You're hiding your face. You're hiding your face. Is it the light? Is the light bothering you? Is that too bright over there?
She was asleep, so she might be tired.
Num. Okay. Don't stick your tongue in Grandpa's nose, though, okay? All right. She was asleep.
Well, I had to wait for her to get up to do something before bringing her in here.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, well, we won't keep you 8th because I know when you get focused on winning, that's all you're focused on. Ain't that right? Huh? Okay. Well, say bye-bye to everybody. Say bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, you can take her. There she goes. We'll see you later, 8th. 8th of Mundo. Have fun there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yep. All right, so there was Alex. Y'all got to see Alex. All right. So let me scroll back up, and Tokes is saying I ain't answering his questions. You said what about Peacock, and I said I don't. I said something to the effect of I don't give a shit about Peacock. Will Peacock be a force against Amazon Prime and HBO Max? I doubt it, because as I recall, what I said was all Peacock is a bunch of old NBC shows, and I don't care about old NBC shows. I couldn't give a less of a shit about Friends, and I don't really care about the Friends reunion that was just announced neither. I didn't watch that crap. I didn't watch that crap at all. I watched a little bit of Seinfeld, and I watched, a few episodes of Frasier, and as far as NBC goes, that was about it. Wasn't, way back in the day, wasn't Knight Rider and A-Team on NBC, I think? They were NBC. Quantum Leap was on NBC. But, I don't have any real desire to go back and watch those if those are going to be on there. Sly Cooper collection on PS Vita is very good port, probably. Yeah, I don't actually have that one. I have the remakes, the collection on PS3. I don't have it on Vita, though. What's your favorite Schwarzenegger movie? The original Conan the Barbarian. Did you hear Amber Heard was fired from the DCEU? No, I haven't heard that. I'd heard rumors that Daenerys from Game of Thrones had replaced her, but I never saw confirmation of it. 8th leveled up. Do you remember the Losers comic and or movie? I remember the movie. I didn't read the comic. Peacock has teamed up with WWE. Thoughts? Don't give a crap. I don't watch WWE either. Got it. Thanks, 7. Never use Peacock. I just don't see it, Tokes. What movies are going to be on there? What movies are going to be on Peacock? It's the NBC digital streaming thing. CBS Plus became Paramount Plus. Have you ever looked at the movies that are available on Paramount Plus? They have the Indiana Jones movies, and that's about it. The rest of it is, ugh. And really, Indiana Jones is Lucasfilm. The only reason that they're not on Disney Plus right now is because they were co-financed by Paramount. And if it wasn't for that, then Paramount Plus wouldn't even have those. So what do you think NBC is going to have? Just a bunch of sitcom crap. And Law and Order. Hundreds and hundreds of episodes of Law and Order. No, I didn't watch that 70s show. I watched a couple episodes and I'm like, this is stupid, and I didn't watch it anymore. Do you want Nintendo to add a progression system like Red Mushroom Star or Green Red? Well, they need a trophy system. I don't know if it needs to be mushrooms and stars, but they need some kind of trophy system, yes. They at least kind of sort of had something on the Wii U. It was called the accomplishment system, but it wasn't universal. It's like each individual game had its own separate page, so what you earned didn't go towards an overall universal score, and it was so buried into the online system of the Wii U that most people didn't even know it was there in the first place. Seventh, what's your favorite Jean-Claude Van Damme movie? Mine is Cyborg. Probably Universal Soldier. Here's 8th in the chat now. For how much people hyped up the story of Control, it's actually kind of meh. Well, I haven't even played it yet, so I wouldn't know. And I know you were saying earlier that today that Control ought to be one I should check into because it wouldn't take me too long to plat it. But right now, the only thing I want to play is I want to get back into Mass Effect. But of course, I can't do that right now because I'm here till midnight. I'm here for another 2 hours and 45 minutes, for God's sake. $109. Only 60 of which I will get tonight. Because the rest of it was Super Chat. So I'm going to have to wait till my account has $100 in it. And right now, because I haven't been making videos, I'm not really making ad revenue. So, Let me see what's in there right now. YouTube Studio. Monetization. Wow, I've lost even more subs. I was at around 15,250. Now I'm down to 15,163. I actually don't know where I'm supposed to go to see how much is in there. I thought you could just go into your studio and go to monetization, but that's not showing it to me. I know the last time I looked at it, it was like, it didn't even have 50 bucks in it. Maybe analytics? Yeah, revenue. No, that's just how much revenue I've earned over, the past whatever. That doesn't show me what my actual revenue was. I don't know where to go on here to tell. I mean, the dashboard doesn't seem to show. I don't know. You'd think they'd put it right on the front, like, what's currently in your account. But no. No, nothing. Content, playlists, analytics, subtitles, copyright, monetization. But when you go to monetization, it doesn't say nothing. Doesn't tell you what's in your AdSense account or whatever. Can't find it. It tells me what my AdSense number is. Let me see. Let me try this. How to see how much is in your AdSense account. Go to Google AdSense. Okay, there it is. My balance is $65.44. So it has to go up another $35 before they'll even send me a check. Okay. I'm gonna bookmark that so I know where to go to look next time. All right, sorry about that. There we go. Did you play Judgment? I have not played it. I own it, but I have not played it. Do you have any pet peeves with your PS5 so far? Not really. 7th, Michael Jackson or Prince? Michael Jackson. Favorite old dirty bastard song? Honestly, Shimmy Shimmy. Shimmy Shimmy. I like that one. I have that album somewhere. I'm glad I'm hearing good things for Ratchet and Clank. One of the mascots survived from Sly and Jack. Yeah? I'm going to stay subscribed to you. Thank you, Nick. Fake subs. I don't think it's fake subs because I didn't buy fake subs. I don't do that. If anything, it's just like the fact that I've been around 12 years now. And so people that subscribed to me back in the early days, I would suspect that periodically YouTube closes down accounts that haven't had any activity or logins registered over a certain period of time. And so some of these dead subs that no longer use that account are being wiped out of my account. Are you scared? Did you like that film? What are you talking about, Shadow? You need to start streaming games and make more videos again. Yeah. Yeah. What was your opinion of Amber in Invincible? Well, she was a decent character. I think she was a little bit OP. You know, she can just conjure anything out of anything. Seventh has oh, wait a minute. Sony has 7 game theme TV shows planned. Hopefully one of them is still Sly Cooper. We'll see. Seventh, do you like Black Sabbath? Yeah, I like Black Sabbath. I honestly prefer Ozzy's solo stuff to his Black Sabbath stuff, but some of the stuff with Dio was good too. No, I didn't watch Baywatch. I watched a couple of episodes of it, and I'm like, this is just for watching bouncing boobs, and I didn't watch it again. And then I watched like one episode of Baywatch Nights, and I'm like, oh God, this is terrible. Did you like the song Mr. Crowley? It's okay. It's okay. But like I said, I always preferred Ozzy solo stuff. That was Adam Eve. Amber was his girlfriend. Oh, okay. Sorry. I was getting Amber mixed up with Eve. I didn't have a problem with Amber, except, it was stupid that, they reveal later that she knew he was a superhero almost the whole time. So if that's the case, why did she get pissed about him disappearing on them at the college campus? It didn't make any sense. Where did you go? Where did you go? You abandoned us, you coward. I'm breaking up. And then she claims that she knew he was a superhero the whole time. So why was she breaking up with him for being a coward that ran away? Didn't make any sense. What are the thoughts of the thoughts on the 25 Sony exclusives? I think that you have to take that with a grain of salt, because that 25 is probably they're not saying that they have 25 AAA first party exclusives. They're saying 25 exclusive. So that includes AAA, that includes third party stuff where they've just paid for the exclusivity. That includes the smaller downloadable games, and it includes VR games for the headset. So the question everyone should be asking is, out of those 25 that are in production, how many of them are actual first-party AAA exclusive games like Horizon and God of War and what have you? I dare you to play Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise on extra hard. I haven't even finished it on normal yet. I got to chapter 9 and got kind of bored. Well, I didn't get bored. I got distracted. I was plowing my way through Fist of the North Star, and I got distracted by a different game. I don't remember which one. And over the years, I never got back around to it. So I'm still like sitting at the beginning of chapter 9. There's a report that Sony is working on the CMOS battery issue. I would assume that means some kind of a firmware change. I would assume. We shall see. I mean, it's already fixable by downloading custom firmware as far as the PS3 is concerned. And with the older systems, it's just a matter of popping them open and putting a new CMOS battery in it. But with the PS3 and up, it's going to need, a patch. Otherwise, custom firmware. But of course, when you install the custom firmware, that means you're not going to be able to connect online. You're not going to be able to sync your trophies, etc., etc., etc. Because if you try to connect with a custom firmware, you're either not going to be able to connect at all, or when they detect it's custom firmware, then you're going to end up getting your PSN account suspended. So it's just not worth it for that. But if you were to buy a secondary PS3 or a secondary PS4 that was just for playing old games, not for earning trophies, but just for playing old games, then that would be worth it. And of course, I have 3 PS3s. I have the PS3 Slim, I have the PS3 Super Slim, and now thanks to my buddy Jeff, I've got the 60 gig Fat. So I've got 3 different PS3s. I could slap a custom firmware on one of them, and that would be the one that, oh, you know what? I'd like to play 3D Dot Game Heroes. Pop it in, play. There's, let's see here. Will you ever meet Titanfall Princess? Not likely, because she lives up in New Jersey, and I'm in Texas. I wouldn't be opposed to meeting her, but it'll never happen. Because she ain't coming down here, and I'm not going up there. Have you heard of Savage Sean? No. Well, Jeff, I was just talking about you and that 60 gig PS3 you sent me. Vaccinated. I got my first shot. Me and 8th got our first shot. That Pfizer goodness. And we got to go back on the 29th to get the second shot. I've been meaning to call you, man, but they let go one of the people on my team. It wasn't a layoff. They got terminated. And I've been having to catch up the slack. So I've been super busy, but I've been meaning to call you. And before you ask, no, I have not, because of the work stuff, neither me and 8th is having to finish up his last couple of weeks of his senior year. Neither of us have been able to make a vector graphic for the headstock yet. In fact, I don't even know how to make a vector graphic. I don't know if 8th does or not. But you got your first shot today. Did you get the Pfizer? Pfizer's the best one. That's the one I got. Moderna is so-so, and Johnson & Johnson is total bullshit. Thoughts on the Devil May Cry series? First one was good. Second one was garbage. Third one was good. Fourth one was good. Remake was the remake, and 5 I've barely played. I've only played maybe, an hour or so of 5. Yeah, I got to the section where you had to start playing as the dude that could control spirit animals or whatever, and I'm like, I just want to play the whole thing as Dante and Nero. I don't like this guy. And I turned it off and I never went back to it. Oh, you got the Moderna. Moderna's okay. It just doesn't have the high percentages of the Pfizer. The Pfizer is like up in the 90s as far as preventing you from catching it or preventing you from getting symptoms if you do catch it. Whereas the Moderna one's like in the 70s. So the Pfizer one's just, a more effective version of the Moderna one, I guess. They had the Moderna one at my doctor's office when I went for my semi-annual diabetes check. And I told them, nope, I want the Pfizer. And they said, well, we don't have the Pfizer. And I said, then you ain't giving me a shot. Where can I get the Pfizer? And they gave me a list of all the places around town where I could go to get the Pfizer. And so one of them was CVS Pharmacy. So I went to CVS and got the shot there. Look up dead in 24 hours. Oh, you were talking to Zuzu. Never mind. 7th, what's your astrology? I don't believe in that crap. Did you ever get the PS1 with the built-in screen? No. I do have in fact, the small PS1, the PS1 Slim, is the only PS1 I currently own. I don't own the original PS1. I want one, but I currently don't own one. And that PS1 Slim is the one where you can get a screen that attaches onto it. But I never owned the bundle that came with both pieces. Never did. Anyway, Jeff, I hit the $100 goal tonight, so I'm on for another 2.5 hours. I'm on till midnight. My bladder is going to thank me later. I know that much. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. I'm down to only 24 viewers. I had like 40 in here earlier. Thing of it is, I ain't gonna go any higher than I'm up to 109 tonight, Jeff. I ain't gonna go any higher than that because my rule is that no matter how much I go over 100, once I hit 100, midnight is as late as I stay. And the only time I broke that was when there was so much donated that I felt obligated to stay, and so I stayed another 2 hours till 2 in the morning. But the one time that happened, it was $473 in donations. And so I told him tonight, I was like, I ain't staying until 2 in the morning unless I hit $500. Because that takes a lot out of me. I mean, it takes a lot out of me to do 6 hours of this, much less 8. Did you watch Maximilian Dude? No, I have no idea what that is. Thoughts on the Spider-Man game for the 32X? It's not worth the investment. That thing going for over $300, and it's not very good. I mean, honestly, I like the Sega CD version of Spider-Man better than the Spider-Man that's on 32X. It's just not a very good game. I've played it. I've got a ROM of it. I don't like it. Do you think PS5 will have an 8 to 9 year life cycle because of the pandemic? It was originally planned for 5 to 6 years. It was 5 to 6 years, and I don't think so. What's the worst slasher film you've ever seen? The sequels to Sleepaway Camp. First Sleepaway Camp was okay. All the sequels are terrible. Would you recommend the Ori series? Yeah, if you like 2D Metroidvanias, then the Ori series is a good series to play. Do you like it when a character breaks the fourth wall? Depends. Like, I like it with Deadpool, for example. But there's some other situations that, there aren't coming to mind immediately where I was like, this isn't really working the way it should. Do you think physical games will survive this gen? I think it'll survive this gen, but I think by the end of this gen, there's a possibility that, the next gen isn't going to have them at all. We'll see. We'll see. Kind of depends on what happens with Game Pass and its profitability, really. I hope the PS5 lasts to 2030. 9 years? I mean, 10 years when you get to that it came out in 2020? It's certainly not going to be the primary console for that long. The PS2 still had games coming out for it after 10 years. And the PS3, if you count like the MLB stuff, but I don't know, man. I think there is a possibility that there will be a mid-gen refresh like there was with PS4 Pro. I don't know if you'll get one out of the Series X, but I have a feeling that you might get one out of Sony. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, 8th is right. Even if they did a mid-gen refresh, I predicted Game Pass over 10 years ago. You got to remember, I started YouTube in 2009. It'll be 12 years in July. So it's been over 10 years at this point that I predicted that. Has Master Chief Snake popped in to say hi, then goodbye yet? Yeah, that already happened. I know this is older, but she just got another charge. But what do you think about the college scams and Lori Loughlin? I don't know if these people deserve like prison time or whatnot. Because, let's be honest, they were doing what a lot of rich parents have been doing for decades. And the only reason that's happening to them is because they're celebrities. And so they're making a public example out of them. I think really honestly what ought to happen is, whatever college they bribe to get their kid into there, their kid should not be allowed to attend that college, and whatever money that they paid to bribe that the government should force them to to contribute that to some charity like St. Jude's Hospital or something like that. And then they should do community service, and that their kids should be forced to get a regular ass student loan like a lot of other middle class kids out there, and be forced to go to a crappy 2-year community college before they're able to go to an actual university. You skipped my question. Well, the only other thing before you saying skip my question says message retracted. And I answered the one about worst slasher film. So no, I haven't skipped any question. The 7th level vaccine. Yeah, I got the Pfizer. What are you missing in your video game collection? A ton. Lots of stuff. I don't have a 5200, for example. I need an Atari 5200. I need a Philips CDI, the one that doesn't have the CMOS battery problem. I no longer have a Neo Geo because I traded that to get my custom arcade cabinet, so I need a Neo Geo again. I'd like to have a Turbo Duo, or at least the CD add-on to a TurboGrafx 16. I don't have an Emerson Arcadia 2000. I don't have a Bally Astrocade. I don't have a Fairchild Channel F right now, which of course is a big piece of gaming history because the Fairchild Channel F, which I used to own back in the day, was not only the first console that had swappable cartridges, but it was also the first video game console that was designed by an African American. So I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but the first video game console designed by an African American. And so, you know, you have an African American to thank for the whole idea of swappable carts for video games. Because prior to that, it was just buying a Pong system and you flipped a little switch and it gave you different variations of Pong. The Fairchild Channel F did it first with swappable carts designed by a black guy. If you didn't know, now you do. Let me look up his name. I just can't remember it. Hold on a second. Who designed Fairchild Channel F? Wallace Kirshner. I think that was who it was. Let me see. I think that was his name. No, or was it Lawrence? Let me see. Was that his name? I can't remember now. Let me see. Let me see. No, his name was Jerry Lawson. Jerry Lawson, I think. Let me look. Trying to get there. Let's see. Let's see. Jerry Lawson brought interchangeable video games into people's homes with the invention of the Fairchild Channel F, the precursor to modern video game systems. He pioneered home video gaming in the 1970s by helping create the Fairchild Channel F, the first home video game system with interchangeable games. A New York native, he was one of the few African American engineers who worked in computing at the dawn of the gaming era. He dabbled in electronics growing up. His interest in computing led him in the 70s to Silicon Valley's Homebrew Computer Club, of which he was the only black member at the time. While with the club, he crossed paths with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. In an interview, he referred to Jobs as a business-minded spark plug and blah, blah, blah. He helped create the Fairchild Channel F, a home entertainment machine that was produced in 1976 by Fairchild Semiconductor, where he worked as the director of engineering and marketing. Only years later, Mike Markkula, co-founder of Apple, had headed the marketing for the company. Though basic by today's standards, his work allowed people to play a variety of games in their homes and paved the way for systems such as the 2600, Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation. He died in 2011 due to complications from diabetes. So, there you go. Jerry Lawson. Meanwhile, you go to these other links, and they say that the invention of the game cartridge, they credit it to these other two guys that worked at Fairchild. But it's since been credited to Jerry Lawson. I think this is an older article. So, there you go. A little bit of video game history for you. Let me scroll up. Let's see here. Are you excited for the upcoming Attack of the Killer Fart Bitches in VR? I hope that's not an actual thing. I think it's cool that Sony has an easy way to customize PS5 and hopefully limited edition plates and more colors. Ever thought about becoming a wrestler when you were younger? Not really. I promise you PS5 will be much easier to find by mid-2022. We'll see. Samurai, I'm talking about video game tech, ray tracing. It's just the start, I believe. More and more simulation through AI will be coming, and I think games will just outpace the PS5 tech way faster. Probably so, yes. Let's see here. I don't know why, but I really want Sly to make a comeback to PS5. It would be interesting to see. Yeah, Jerry Lawson died in 2011. Yeah. If PS6 has no disc drive, will you still play it? I don't know. I'm kind of up on... certainly a big piece of it will... of what makes gaming fun for me will be gone when the physical collection part of it is no longer a part of it. Were you a fan of Marble Hornets web series back in the day? Eighth, I think Marble Hornets were those guys that made that found footage thing about Slender Man back in the day. I think that's who Marble Hornets was. I think we actually own a Slender Man movie that they made on Amazon Prime or something that I bought for you years and years ago. Man, down to 22 viewers. Y'all guys pay for me to stay after 3 hours and then everyone starts jumping ship. Why do y'all pay for it if you don't stay to watch it? Did you know that Nintendo basically copied Disney's business model of making characters that are marketable for lunchboxes, etc., etc.? Pretty much. My oh my. My oh my oh my oh. So currently I own 11 physical PS5 games. That's all I've bought since November. Because mostly the additions to my collection that I've done since I bought the PS5 have been ones that I'd been meaning to pick up for PS4 but hadn't gotten around to it yet, like the Trails of Cold Steel series. But currently, I believe I have 11, and they are the following: Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Demon's Souls, Immortals Phoenix Rising, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, Mortal Shell Enhanced Edition, Pathless, Planet Coaster, Resident Evil Village Deluxe Edition, Returnal, Sackboy, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Neil Druckmann said they had 7 projects in development. Who knows? Maybe they reconsider Jak 4. Don't hold your breath. Never say never, but don't hold your breath. It's a good watch for Halloween. I think it aged well. 8th. If Druckmann is behind Jak 4, it'll be ass. You're probably not wrong. You know, it'll have like a totally different, darker tone, which I know 2 and 3 already had a darker tone, but you get what I'm saying. I mean, you already saw the leaked concept art that they did for reviving Jak, and it didn't look anything like Jak. Where do we go next for the next Uncharted? I don't know if I'd like one without Drake. I don't know that I would want one either. I mean, rather than it just being like, you know, Drake's daughter or, you know, Sully and Sam, I'd rather them just do prequels. And just, you know, here's previous adventures of Nathan Drake's that didn't get made into games. I mean, think about all of the Indiana Jones comic books and novels and point-and-click adventure games, and none of those stories were from the movies. So, you know, they could make Nathan Drake Uncharted games forever that just took place earlier in its timeline. You know, it's not like Nathan Drake only ever went on 4 adventures, you know? Would you ever be a WWE host? I don't think I'd be a good host for WWE. If I ever tried to be like color commentary for WWE, most people would probably look at me as the next Mark Madden, which isn't a good thing. Plus, I don't know enough of the names of all the holds and moves to be able to sound like, you know, competent. You know, I know a lot of them, but, you know, I certainly don't know as many as Jim Ross does. Back in 2015, Sony did approach Insomniac about Sly, but they didn't want to do it. Why would Insomniac want to do Sly anyway? That's a Sucker Punch series. Ray tracing on Uncharted. Well, you know, if they think, you know, they'll come up with another way to do Uncharted if they think it'll make any money. That's the bottom line. But a lot of it, I think, really is that Druckmann doesn't want to go back to Uncharted because, you know, Uncharted was Amy Hennig's baby, and he prefers to stick with stuff where, you know, he was the primary source of the creativity and the inspiration behind it. I don't doubt that eventually Uncharted will come back in some way, especially since, you know, they still have the movie coming out, and they're going to want to capitalize on that movie. But, you know, I'm worried about it. Anyway, the vector graphic is the only way to get the proper decal to work with the finish. 8th, do you know how to do vector graphics? Do you know how to make vectors with GIMP or whatever? Can you make vectors with GIMP? I have no idea. I don't even know what a vector graphic is. No, you don't. Well, we're screwed, Jeff. I don't know how to do them, and neither is he. 7th, I just can't believe what they did to that series. It was supposed to be a fun adventure. I'm worried as well. Yeah, Uncharted 4 was... I mean, honestly, Jeff, whatever logo is on the headstock is really the least of my worries with it. For me, it's just how it plays more than what's printed on the headstock. You could just put your own logo on there, and it'd be fine with me. I don't want you to have to go through any more extra work than you already are. I just don't know anything about vector graphics. I've never been a graphical guy. The closest to being a graphical guy that I've ever been was I used to mess around with Adobe Photoshop making fake pictures, and that's about it. I'm afraid to know what was said before, lol. What was said before about what, Jeff? Seventh, what would you occasionally watch on cable TV back in the day? Not a whole lot, really. Not a whole lot, really. I was more about gaming than watching a whole lot of TV. I mean, I watched the usual stuff that everyone else was watching. You know, we didn't have HBO and all that back then. If to watch HBO, I had to go to my cousin's house. So I watched a lot of Disney Channel, Tron and Condor Man and all that kind of stuff. I watched a lot of Nickelodeon when I was a little kid. You can't do that on television, and the Third Eye and all that stuff. Uh, but once I got to be a teenager, it was mostly, WWF, WCW, uh, Headbangers Ball, Saturday Night Live when it was still good. Of course, it's not cable; it's regular TV. A lot of stuff on MTV like Beavis and Butthead and Liquid Television and that kind of stuff. I think you skipped my question. God, do you have a favorite merry melody? I think you meant Merry. They were like Looney Tunes equivalent to music videos. None spring to mind, man. None off the top of my head. When I think of Looney Tunes, I think of Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam and all that kind of stuff. I don't think of like merry melodies. Which were the merry melodies the ones that were made by Disney? I don't know. I don't remember. I'll get something done good then. I'll work it out. Okay. I'm sorry, Jeff. I'm just not. I've never been a graphical person. I've never been all that great at drawing. The only kind of stuff I ever drew that people thought were any good was I could take a picture, a single little panel this big of a comic book like Spider-Man or something, and I could sit and look at it, and I could draw that panel full size from looking at it. But just coming up with something out of the top of my head with no visual reference to compare to, no good at it. And I've never been really all that great at Photoshop or Paint Shop Pro or GIMP or any of that stuff. It's just not it's not one of my strengths, man. You ever watch Boomerang cartoons? Not really. Eighth, well, also, I don't know what the fuck you mean by a vector graphic. I don't either. I mean, I think it's where like you take a design and you put it on like a grid where you can like stretch and shrink it, and it's for being able to put it in an actual real world size where it can be printed out by a label maker machine and all that. I assume that's what a vector graphic is. I mean, I know what vector graphics are in relation to video games because I have, the vector graphics arcade machine, the Vectrex, sitting right here on my desk. But as far as like graphical design, vector graphics, no clue. No clue. I'm hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. We're down to 21 viewers. Y'all pay to watch extra of me, and then you abandon me. Vectors use little circles and ties into what Eighth just said with resizing something and it retaining its shape and quality. That's what I said. That's not what Eighth said, but okay. I think 90% of that blue point is probably working on Metal Gear Solid 1. We'll see. We'll see. I use Flash 8, so I guess I've dealt with vectors. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I gave Jeff this really rough design of a guitar logo that I made just by taking the Robin logo and then cutting and pasting little pieces in Microsoft Paint to make it say something else but still look like the Robin logo. But I mean, it looked like shit because, I don't have graphic skills. So it was just kind of like, it would be nice if it looked kind of like this. Here's a very rough estimation of what I would like it to look like, but not look like this because my art sucks. I mean, 8th is better at art than me because, he took art classes and he has, his drawing tablet and all that stuff that I got him for Christmas one year or whatever it was I got it for him for. But, he doesn't know how to do everything. Steal exactly. How about a WTF right back? But yeah, I'm sure that 8th over time would be able to figure out how to do them, Jeff. But right now he's so they're working him to death at school. It's like, they realized right towards the end of senior year, oh my goodness, we haven't given them enough work to be able to properly grade them. So they've been burying him with all these projects and crap. And here he is. He's only 2 weeks away from graduation, and they're still assigning him stuff. So I never asked 8th to do it. Well, that is from a conversation when you said, I need you to come up with a vector graphic, and I mentioned that, I don't really know how to do them. And you had mentioned that, because I had mentioned that 8th was into doing graphics and stuff, that maybe 8th could figure it out. That was several weeks ago. Several weeks. I think Horizon 2 will release in September. I hope so. I mean, it doesn't really matter, Jeff. It's just the bottom line is neither of us know how to do it. I mean, you've already taken on such a monumental thing that I never would have expected anybody to want to do for me, that, you could put just about anything on the headstock and I wouldn't really care. It's just the guitar itself. You could put fucking Voltron on there. That's not, Do you like Battlefield? No, not really. Not really. It's not really my thing. Not really my thing. Especially, like I've said a million times, I'm not really into military shooters. I like the more fantastical sci-fi stuff. 7th, Happy Dinosaur Day. Okay. What's your favorite new game plus in video games? I don't know. I never really thought about it all that much. I tend to avoid New Game Plus unless either A, it's something that I liked so much that I don't want it to end, or B, I'm trying to get the plat and New Game Plus is required for it. Will you be picking up Far Cry 6? I'm sure 8th will want to play it because he really liked Far Cry 5, but I think honestly he really liked Far Cry 5 because of the storyline and he liked that preacher character. And since Far Cry 6 will have a different storyline, I don't know if he'll be as excited about this one. So I think there needs to be more that comes out about Far Cry 6. And then, if the storyline looks like something that Eighth will like, then maybe he'll get excited for it. I don't know. Oh, you're not interested in it at all. Okay. Okay, then. I kind of miss the more sci-fi elements that Far Cry used to have, like the first two Far Cry games, where you had like these genetic mutants and enhanced mutant abilities and all that kind of crap that you could get. I kind of miss that, And then when they went to official Far Cry 2, and then it was just squash a rebellion uprising and get rid of this overlord up in the Himalayas and all this stuff. I liked them better when there was a little bit more of a sci-fi element to them. At eighth, which do you hate more, The Last of Us 2 or Fortnite? Oh boy. Oh boy. I can honestly tell you I've never played a single minute of Fortnite. Never played it. Just doesn't interest me. Not my kind of game. And it just looks stupid. I've sat and watched gameplay of it to see if it was something that, maybe I'm just not getting it and I just need to watch other people play it. And I watched it and I'm like, this is dumb. This is a dumb game. And so it's not for me. Not for me. 7th, when did microtransactions with games start? PS3? It was pretty much in that generation. I mean, they had some microtransactioning stuff on PC prior to that, but as far as consoles go, it really started with the 360 and the PS3. And yeah, I do believe that it's definitely had a negative effect on gaming. Ubisoft is moving towards free-to-play games instead of making AAA. Kind of seems that way, don't it? Yeah, they've ruined Dead Space 3 with their microtransactions. Well, DLC and microtransactions are kind of a different thing there, 56K. By microtransactions, I don't think he was talking about buying extra map packs or buying, additional story missions and levels and stuff like that, which is what DLC is. By microtransactions, I'm pretty sure he was talking about, buying, additional weapon packs and costume packs and stuff like that, and then especially getting into loot boxes where what you were getting to boost your character was completely randomized, but you were still spending the same amount of money no matter whether you got something you wanted or not, and all that kind of stuff. My first plat was the first Infamous. What was yours? X-Men Origins Wolverine in 2009. Trophy started in 2008, but at the time they were having to be patched in, and I didn't really have that many games that the patches were for in 2008, and so I earned a few little trophies here and there, but the first time that I actually platted something was X-Men Origins Wolverine. And the final boss fight on the hardest difficulty was a pain in the butt. Not so much that it was hard, but just because he was a really cheesy boss. He'd cheese you a lot. some people I met quit gaming because of modern business exploits with microtransactions and stuff like that. I miss the days when gamers didn't have to worry about a game not being complete. Yeah. Do you think Breaking Bad is one of the best shows to date? It's a fantastic show. I've watched every episode. Really liked it. Remember horse armor in Oblivion? I mean, in general, 7th. I think most microtransactions and DLC have become anti-consumer nowadays. I didn't mind DLC back in the day to a certain extent. Like, for example, after I've completely beaten and platted Borderlands, and then they come out with these new mission packs that have new characters and new additional storyline and whatnot, I didn't mind those. But all this stuff, buying weapons, buying additional armor packs, basically paying to win with some of this stuff, that I don't no. That being said, I hardly ever buy DLC for anything, even additional story missions and stuff. Borderlands is probably one of the few games where I have done that. I think I bought one DLC pack for Fallout 3. Do you think Twisted Metal is coming back? If Twisted Metal comes back in any fashion, it won't have any of the original guys involved in it. Because, of course, David Scott Jaffe, he was involved in the Twisted Metal revival on PS3, and it didn't sell very well. So I don't know if Sony would ever invite him back to get re-involved in Twisted Metal or not. So if it ever came back, I doubt it would have him and the other original people. 7th, did you like Tales from the Crypt? Yes, I liked it, but I didn't really get to watch it when it was new because it was an HBO show and I didn't have HBO. So, I didn't get to see it until episode packs of it came out on VHS or whatever. Have you ever had a chance to check out David Jaffe's YouTube channel? I've watched a couple of his streams. I watched the stream he did with Hip Hop Gamer on there. And, Hip Hop Gamer was talking about, how he was a trailblazer in gaming journalism and all this stuff. And I'm posting in the comments, yeah, how about when you faked having a 20,000 game video game collection? And they're just ignoring me. So, do you think God of War 1 and 2 should get remade for the PS5? I mean, they've already done remasters and stuff on PS3, so I don't know. I think we're getting to, it's all right to have a remake of a game that, like Demon Souls, where barely anybody played it, But, and, the main reason that I rebought Mass Effect was just so I could, I haven't played them in a decade, and I wanted to earn more trophies, and that's the main reason that I bought it. But with something like God of War, where, so many people have already played them, I don't want either Sony or Microsoft to get into the habit of just, remaking already established stuff, just because, the more they do the remakes, the less we're going to get of actual new IP. And I'd rather both of them be working on new IP. Or at least sequels in existing franchises, in the least. Eighth might have already gotten bored and left the chat. You never can tell with Eighth because he doesn't announce when he's leaving. He just stops watching. Oh, by the way, we're at 10 o'clock, so guess what? I get to use this again. getting deaf again. Here it comes. Hours remaining again. Yeah, I don't get remaking the original Last of Us. I mean, they already did a remaster on PS4. You know, everybody and their brother bought that remaster, even me, and I didn't even like the game. You know, I bought it because Eighth wanted to play it. So I don't know what the thinking was about remaking The Last of Us again, except for the fact that the Last of Us TV show is getting ready to come out on HBO, and so it's probably they think they'll get a lot more sales from people that have never played the original but watched the show. I would assume that that's why. See, this is the second time that I've bought a Last of Us trilogy. Actually, the third. I bought all the original games individually. Then I bought the PlayStation 3 Mass Effect collection set for PS3. And now I've bought the Legendary Edition on PS4. So I've now bought those games a total of 3 times. Temporary hearing loss twice in one night. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I have no interest in another remake of The Last of Us. None. I didn't even like the original all that much. I certainly didn't like the sequel. You all know that. Yeah, Conjuring 3 comes out in June 8th, and we'll get to watch it on HBO. I don't even think The Last of Us needs a remaster because they remastered it on PS4, and it's already going to have faster load times to some extent playing it on PS5, so what's the point? What's the point? You really think you're going to get that much out of it graphically by just up-resing it to 4K? No. No. To be honest, I don't even know where they're going to go with the TV series. It's my understanding that it's just going to be a retelling of the story of the first game. The point is to increase Druckmann's ego. Some movies just get the creep on very well and not be a jump scare or gore. There are some that make you scared to go to sleep after watching them. I'm with Eighth on that. I don't even have any that make me scared to go to bed or anything like that anymore. And I haven't in decades. You know, I don't, you know, I can have horror movies that, you know, feel creepy, but once it's over, it's over. And then once I've seen it once, it doesn't have that effect on me ever again. So, you know, I don't get scared. It's more just, you know, more like unsettling than scared. Do you remember that Matt Damon movie, The Adjustment Bureau? I watched it once. I didn't like it. So just a one-season series like Watchmen? I don't think so. If it gets good, I mean, the main reason that Watchmen didn't get a second season was because the ratings on it weren't that great. Not that many people cared to watch it because it was such a departure from the comics, and so the diehard fans of the comic weren't backing it up. And, the woke crowd will beg and beg and beg for stuff like Watchmen, but they don't actually watch that kind of stuff. So they don't show up to watch it. They just like to talk about it. And so it was a failure. It didn't make HBO any money, and so no season 2. The Last of Us, if it's popular, then I'm assuming that season 2 would be The Last of Us Part 2. I don't know. Not scared just makes you turn that light on to go up the stairs kind of thing. Unsettling, better word. Yeah, exactly. At Jeff, a horror movie that still scares me today is The Thing. The thought that shape-shifting alien even remotely existing makes me want to kill myself. $15 donated by Tits McGee. Tits McGee. Oh, God. Tits McGee. Lovely. Epic stuff. So 109 plus 15. So that puts us up to what? 124? $124. Did you and Eighth watch Prodigal Son yet? I don't think so. I don't think we've watched that one yet. I'll have to go look it up again and find it. See if it's even on Cecil B. DePine will be the next. Kimona Wanalea. Phil McCockiner. Philip McCrack. My dad, used to know stupid, corny pun names like that, but he knew them as names of books. Like he'd say, "Hey, have you ever read Attack of the Tiger by Claude Balls?" I'd be like, "No, Dad, I've never read that one." How about View from Under the Bleachers by Seymour Butts? No, I haven't read that one either, Dad. I haven't read that one either. How late for a $150 night, 7th? Like I said, the last time I went 8 hours, in other words, went to 2 a.m., I made $473 that night. That's the only reason I stayed past midnight. So, for me to stay anything over midnight, I would have to at least match that. And that ain't happening tonight. I can tell you that right now. Hell, making $500 tonight, that would cover both nights of hotel. That would cover the food, that'd cover the gas, and a couple of retro games. I would be set for Retropalooza at that point. But that ain't going to happen. We're at 124, and we've got an hour and 40 minutes left. We ain't getting to 500. I'd tell you that right now. Ain't happening. It's only ever happened that one time, and that was 2 years ago now? 2.5 going on 3? Prodigal Son. I'll have to look that one up. I think of Prodigal Son, and I think of creepy kid movies. Like, their kid is secretly a serial killer and stuff like that. Like, there was one that was called We Need to Talk About Kevin or something like that. And that was about a kid who was, he eventually ends up pulling a Columbine type thing, and he was giving everybody the creepy kid vibes. And then there was one, I can't remember the name of it, but it had the ginger kid from Shameless in it. And he was like this evil, demented kid who was trying to kill his parents or whatever. Seventh, I know this isn't a movie, but there is something that I bet scares you. 2 words. Hannah Montana. Don't even start. Don't go there. You're going to give me flashbacks. That teenage video game camel toe burned forever in my brain. Game. God, that game sucks so bad. Killer Instincts Run in the Family stars Tom Payne and Michael Sheen. Okay. Prodigal Son. I'll look it up. I'll see if it's on any of my streaming services, and I'll watch it maybe tomorrow or something. If I can find it without having to pay for it. That was one of the worst things that I ever said on a video, was where I was trying to do this thing where if someone donated a game, I would play it and review it, and somehow that turned into I will, and I never actually said this, but somehow that got turned into, I will 100% any game that you buy me, which I never said. But someone sent me Hannah Montana because I said even something stupid like, I don't know, Hannah Montana. If you send me Hannah Montana, I'll sit and I'll play it and I'll record footage and I'll review it. And someone sent me Hannah Montana, but all of a sudden everyone was demanding that, I 100% the game. So I platted this stupid thing. And it was torture. It was absolute torture. God, that game sucked. And yes, I have the plat on it. One of the most torturous, difficult plats I've ever done because of how bad the game was, not from actual game difficulty. I'd rather take needles and dip them in horse shit and use my eyelids for pin cushions than ever play that game again. It's one of the few games where I'm actually proud that I no longer own it. And let me tell you something. The very second that I platted that game, as soon as that last trophy popped, I shut off my video capture stuff. I shut off my PS3. I got in the car. I drove up to the GameStop and I traded it in. Didn't get nothing for it. I said, just, if it's worth $1, whatever, put $1 on my account. I'm done. I'm done. I even filmed it. And it wasn't GameStop. It was Gamers Alley right up the road from me. I took it up to Gamers Alley and I traded it in. I think I even filmed it. I'm not sure. Can't remember now. But I'm pretty sure I actually traded it in at Gamers Alley, not GameStop. I could be wrong. But I think it was Gamers Alley because Gamers Alley was closer than GameStop. To go to a GameStop, I had to drive all the way into Gastonia. And with Gamers Alley, I just had to drive a couple of minutes up the road. Because Gamers Alley was literally right up the road from me. It was very convenient. So for the longest time, I didn't even step foot in a GameStop. If I was buying something new, I'd go to Gamers Alley and buy it there. And because I was friends with the owner, and the owner would reserve me anything new coming out that he knew I wanted. So I didn't even, I didn't have to put money down on it or anything. I would just call him up and say, hey, so-and-so comes out on Tuesday. Will you hold me a copy? Sure. I got it with your name on it right here. All right, no problem. Hannah Montana Abbey edition. Oh, God. 7th, remember when you quoted the Planet of the Apes ending in that Hannah Montana review? Oh, yeah, the damn you all to hell thing. Somebody actually turned that into a meme at one point. Somebody in the chat actually turned that into a meme. And I didn't have a saved copy of it. Otherwise, I'd be using it myself on Twitter all the time. But somebody memed it. And I never did save a copy of it. Thoughts on Crash 4? I haven't played it. Have not indulged in that particular one, kind sir. Nopers? Nopers. Conversation about donations has been kind of weird tonight. People saying, how long would you have to stay for $5,000? Like, anybody that watches me is wealthy enough to donate $5,000. But I get those kind of questions, and it's weird. I mean, I know there are streamers out there that, make that kind of money, but I'm not in the business of whoring myself out like that. I don't mind doing this kind of thing for donations when I know it's legitimately because you guys want to talk with me and ask me questions and stuff like that. But sitting there every day playing like freaking Fortnite, I couldn't do it. Nope. Not this 7th. Not all. Nope. That was one of the most legendary 7th moments on YouTube. That and the Xbox One review. Yeah, that to this day, that is still my highest viewed video. It's over 1 million views. That's the biggest going viral that I've ever gotten. And that was way back in 2013. Going on, getting close to 10 years ago. PS4 games are getting cheaper. Perfect time to collect. Some of them are getting cheaper. Not all of them. I still own the physical copy of Godzilla after all. That ain't cheap. Go look up what Godzilla's going for nowadays. Lord help. I'd rather watch you go through your daily life than see you play Fortnite. Not implying that as an insult. I would be afraid of doing that kind of vlog crap because then I'd be afraid of people accusing me of trying to be another kid with the camera or whatever. And it's obvious that Kid with the Camera is like extremely highly scripted, and a lot of it's faked and everything. And it's certainly all clickbait. So, my life is not that exciting. You would not want to watch a vlog of me because most of it would be me sitting next to this laptop doing IT stuff and then sitting in my recliner playing video games, occasionally getting in my car and going to pick up food, and that's pretty much it. I don't lead a very adventurous lifestyle. I'm not one of these guys, hey guys, today we're taking a yacht out on the Pacific. Today we're headed to Las Vegas. Today we're doing... I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. I have a very boring life. I don't believe 8th liked the cartoon that was based on the 1998 Godzilla movie. I don't even know if he's seen it. But I don't think he liked it. He saw... I think he might have seen like one episode because we had some kind of free DVD that came with some episodes of it. Xbox doesn't even seem like quality games are coming. I can guarantee you Halo Infinite will be trash. Maybe Fable can be decent. I don't know, man. I don't know. All I can say is that if Halo Infinite is anything like Halo 5 was, you can skip me on that. Always and forever. Woo. Whenever you see me do that, it's not a Ric Flair reference. It's a reference to my childhood best friend growing up, a kid named Brandon. And Brandon picked it up from this other kid that was in our circle whose name was Mickey. And Mickey would go like, woo. And so whenever you see me do that, I'm referencing Brandon, referencing Mickey. So just something that I picked up when I was a teenager, and I've never dropped it. And me and him would do that back and forth. Like we were walking through Disney World when I took Brandon to Disney World with me one year when I was 17, and we got to like it's like one of the Disney princesses walked by or something, and Brandon went, woo. It's just one of the weird little things from your teenage years that you don't forget. And it always came with the double pointers. Woo! Is Titanfall really that good? I don't know. I've barely played it. I think 8th liked it. Get the banjo 7th. I don't play banjo. I play guitar. I'm not very good, but I play it. Why do you think Microsoft is struggling so much with Halo right now? Bad management at 343. Xbox has proven this E3 that games are coming. I'm not getting Game Pass. Not owning your games. Count me out. Yeah. At 1 million views, 7th, I honestly believe that it's extremely likely that even the biggest bigwigs at Microsoft and Xbox division saw that video. Well, I wouldn't doubt that some Xbox guys saw that video. I highly doubt that like Don Matrick or anybody like that watched it. 7th, your laugh attack with that always and forever moment a few 7th casts ago where you were teasing Jeff, it almost killed me. Yeah, hey, I got the giggles with that one. There has been no confirmation or announcement of a PS5 Pro next year, so let's not get our panties all in a bunch with that shit, okay? All that's been announced is that they're switching to smaller transistors to make the manufacturing easier. Which that's just a minor hardware revision. That's not like a pro or a complete revision, like a slim or something. So don't get all excited for something that hasn't even been hinted or certainly not confirmed. Oh, we still got 90 minutes to go. Good Lord. Got PlayStation Retro sticker put behind plates. Looks cool. Okay. I haven't really been buying that much in the way of like decoration stuff, like new posters or new action figures or anything like that. 7th, do you think 3D Dot Game Heroes aged well? Well, considering that 3D Dot Game Heroes was a retro-inspired video game anyway, then yeah, I would say it's aged well. I mean, it plays like Zelda. Nothing wrong with that. All these new Sonic rumors are dumb. Sega doesn't even care anymore. The most recent rumor was that Sega is looking to reboot a bunch of their classic franchises like Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio and all that stuff. Did you like Sackboy Big Adventure? It was okay. It to me, it just feels like a clone of Super Mario 3D World. It's not a bad game, but I'm at the same time, I don't get excited for Sackboy. But 3D Dot Game Heroes was the stuff, man. I wish Atlas would re-release 3D Dot Game Heroes, even just digitally. Remaster it, get it up to 4K. And because it was a PlayStation exclusive. Not that many people played it. I think it only sold like 300,000 copies worldwide. But anyone who likes classic Zelda, especially the original Zelda and Zelda Link to the Past and Zelda Link's Awakening, and have never played 3D Dot Game Heroes, would adore it. I think Oceanhorn 2 is supposed to be similar to Wind Waker, Original Ocean Horn, a little bit, or well, original Ocean Horn, probably a little bit of Wind Waker mixed with classic Zelda. Ocean Horn 2 looks to have more of a 3D Zelda inspiration than that. Closer to like the other stuff that came out for like the N64 and hey, 7thCast. It's seventh. The 7thCast is the name of the show. But I just wanted to say thank you for all the videos you made over the years. You rock, man. No problem. No problem. I want to get back into video production. It's just been really hard with what I've been having to do at work. They're working me to death. They're working me to death. We need a PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale 2. I just want them to ditch the Smash gameplay. Well, then what's the point of making a sequel? I agree. Too many games that are out there nobody knows about. Absolutely. Should Shadow of the Colossus get a sequel? Nah. Doesn't need a sequel. Some games, just like some movies, don't need a sequel. I love my PS5, and I do wish from the bottom of my heart they'll sort out the shortages sooner than what they've told us. Well, then it wouldn't... Yeah, exactly. If they took out the Smash rip-off aspect of it, it wouldn't be PlayStation All-Stars. That's exactly it. You know, they could do a Tekken-style game with PlayStation characters, but it wouldn't be Smash. You know, it wouldn't be PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale because that game was made to play not the same, but similar to Smash Brothers. My favorite 7thCast moment was when 8th came into the room just to flip somebody off. I forgot who. Yeah, I don't remember either. I'd be okay with a regular 2D fighter or a 3D fighter. Yeah, I could see it. I'd like Sega to bring back Eternal Champions. And I'm not a big fighting game fan, but I kind of dug Fighting Champions, and I would have liked that to have continued as an actual series. You know. And in the least, they need to bring back Virtual Fighter or maybe Last Bronx or something. I don't even remember doing that. Yeah, you did it a long time ago. It was after we moved here, and I was sitting right here, and you stuck your head in the door and you flipped the bird, and then you left the room. You didn't even say anything. You just flipped the bird, and then you left. It would be nice on the next PSVR you can easily play older PSVR games. Yeah. 8th flipped me off. I was the one. Funny enough, that night I was playing Bloodborne and I finally started doing it. Why did he flip you off, though? Did you, like, ask him to come in and flip you off or something? Was that what it was? Were you like, 7th, ask 8th to come in and flip me off? 7th, did you like Kung Fu on NES? That game was fun when I played that years ago. I have that one. I liked it back in the day, but now when I play it, it's just kind of really super repetitive and simplistic. It's not like playing something like Ninja Gaiden or Mega Man or whatnot. There's just not a whole lot to its gameplay. I asked 8th to flip me off so his Bloodborne skills would rub off on me. Oh, okay. Not sure how that was supposed to work, but okay. Does it surprise you that Pokemon has earned more money total than Star Wars? No. No. Because people will just keep rebuying the same crap over and over again. Just like with Star Wars, you know, they'll buy the newest version of the Luke Skywalker action figure. They'll buy the newest re-release of the movies in some special collector's edition box set, whatever. And it's the same thing with Pokemon. I mean, they've been basically playing the same video game for 20 plus years, but every time it comes out and they add a few new monsters to it or whatever, everyone runs out and buys both versions of it. What do you expect? And then when you throw in lunch boxes and t-shirts and school supplies and toys and amiibos and everything else. Yeah. Yeah. It's a moneymaker. Thoughts on Discord coming to PS5? I don't really care about it because I don't get into multiplayer that much, and you know I don't get into multi-person chats on consoles. I haven't done that in years, not since the PS3. So I don't really care about it, but I can see why some are excited about it. At this point, I'm convinced Pokemon will never die. Do you agree? Yeah, it's never going away. There'll always be some version of it somewhere. I remember when I used to call Capcom Crapcom, but hats off to them. They've outdone them. Yeah, at one point, Capcom I didn't think were going to last. Like they were having all these Western third-party companies make their games, like Bionic Commando and all that crap. I mean, the 2D Bionic Commandos, the rearmed, those were okay. But all those other Western-developed Capcom games that came out were straight garbage. Yeah, well, it'd be hilarious if Bloodborne 2 was announced, but that ain't happening, so. True. True! For whatever reason, even though there's a lot of demand for it, they're not wanting to go back to the Bloodborne well. I don't know why. That would be a huge win for Sony to have Bloodborne 2. As popular as that game was. But for whatever reason, no announcements, no nothing. Be great for Bloodborne 2 to be announced. I mean, I'm not saying that it's never going to happen, but they certainly haven't given us any indication that they're even looking into that, which boggles my mind because of what a sensation it was. Thoughts on LucasArts returning under its original name called Lucasfilm Games? Well, we'll see what they actually use it to make. That's the thing. Yeah, at this point, so far detached from the original game, I would be shocked if they ever actually made a Bloodborne 2 at this point. I'd be really shocked. Eighth is pretty close to the plat on Returnal, but you know he's still got a few collection trophies I think to earn. But I mean, you know, he's done all the other stuff like get the good ending and all that crap. He's just got some grindy stuff that he has to do. But when you're having to do crunch time because you've only got a couple of weeks left of your senior year and they keep piling more and more work on top of you, well, games kind of take the back seat. Do you think Sony will buy Blue Point soon? Well, I mean, there were rumors out there that they had already bought them. They just hadn't officially announced it because there was one guy that was like an employee of Blue Point and something like on his LinkedIn or something said something about him being an employee of Sony Interactive. And so, you know, there was this rumor that Sony had bought Blue Point, but they just weren't telling anybody yet for some reason. I don't know why they wouldn't tell anyone if that was the case. And the same thing with Housemarque. You know, there's several articles out there that say that Housemarque is a studio under Sony Interactive, but there hasn't been any official announcement of them being bought by Sony. I haven't played any of Jedi Fallen Order. Eighth has played like a little bit of it. I sat and watched him play maybe 30 minutes of it when we first got it, and I haven't played it at all. You know, it's like I've told you guys before. I could go a couple of years without buying a single new game and always have something new to play. That's how big my backlog is. I have almost 300 physical PS4 games. It's like somewhere around 260. Do you think the Ghost of Tsushima sequel will continue the Jin Sakai story? I feel like for that to happen, they'd have to come up with some way story wise where he has to head to the Japanese mainland. But I don't see why they wouldn't continue it with him. Are you into Mass Effect? Yes. I have the Legendary Edition collection, but it came just a few minutes before the 7thCast started, so I haven't been able to play it yet. Weird how Sony has gone from announcing buying studios back in the PS3 days, and now there's been no word since Insomniac. Well, I mean, if you think about it, most of the studios that Sony has bought over the years were studios that were already making exclusive games for Sony before they bought them, like Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Guerrilla Games, uh, Insomniac, and there's just not that level of second party exclusive development going on with PlayStation like it was during that era when they bought all those companies up. So whereas Microsoft has the money to buy these big, huge, already established studios, Sony prefers to buy small studios on the cheap and then develop them into big budget studios. And there's not that many of those still around these days. And I think about how much of the gaming development community has already been absorbed into other big conglomerates. All these smaller companies that used to make these smaller budget but really popular games that have been bought up by Activision and Electronic Arts and Take-Two and all these other companies. So there's not as many of those smaller AA level studios out there for someone like Sony to go and purchase them and turn them into a AAA studio. There's just not that many of them out there anymore. Most of the studios that haven't already been bought up by big conglomerates are just little indie studios, not studios that would make big stuff like Uncharted or what have you. So it's a different environment now, and it's and like I said, Sony is not in the habit of buying big established studios. Certainly not where they're going to be spending $1 billion or more just on buying a developer. They're looking for smaller studios that they can buy on the cheap and then turn them into something big. And outside of Insomniac, before they bought Insomniac, there aren't that many of them left. Why does Ben Studios barely make games? I don't know. They apparently are making a game now. Did you talk about review tech spreading misinformation about Rift Apart? I think he got called. Yeah, he got called out by someone from Insomniac. It's not the first time he's done something like that. But, when you make your living by trying to intentionally incite fanboy reaction and stuff, and you're looking for something, oh, this will piss off the Sony guys. And you're having to put out 3 and 4 videos a day just to keep your bills paid. Well, yeah, you're going to end up effing up like that. It's just the way it is. I myself, I could never be that. Not only would it be incredibly boring for me, but I just think it's kind of shady that you're just regurgitating news stories and trying to maximize your view count. Like I said, news for views whoring, and I don't have anything against Rich. We've never had any kind of problems like that, but it's just not something that appeals to me, and it doesn't really appeal to me that much as far as wanting to watch it either. Yeah, there's nothing more irritating to me about YouTube than when I log on to YouTube and I've got videos from like 10 or 11 different guys that I subscribe, all rushing to be the first to talk about the newest, gaming controversy or the newest stupid thing that someone in the YouTube community has done. I mean, who gives a shit, really? And he found a story that was not even a verified story. He read some of it out of context. It was a year, it was like a year old or close to a year old, like 8 or 9 months old. And he was obviously trying to find content to get that one extra video out that day to keep his clicks and views up. And he jumped the gun, and this is what happened. Do you think E3 should die out already? I don't really see a point in it anymore. Should the liquid metal and the battery be excluded from the PS5 Pro? I mean, having a CMOS battery isn't a problem. I mean, all the consoles use that to maintain the clock time and all that kind of stuff. The main reason that it's a problem with PlayStation is because they tied that to the whole online and the trophy system. So if they could make it to where that breaking that connection between that clock battery setting and PlayStation Network was not going to cause you problems down the road, then CMOS battery isn't even a problem. You open it up, you put a new battery in it. Big whoop. Even with something as complicated as the internals of the PS5, it's not that big a deal. You could probably take it apart, put a new battery in it in about an hour. As far as the liquid metal goes, the main problem with liquid metal is the risk of the liquid metal like leaking onto other parts of the board, and Sony, constructed it to prevent any kind of leakage like that. So no, I don't think that's a problem. Are you looking forward to a sequel to Breath of the Wild? No, I didn't like the first one. I didn't like the whole breakable weapons thing. No, we didn't get any of the Resident Evil 7 DLC, Raymond. Do you believe that the rumors about they're going to do a remaster of Resident Evil 4 are true? Well, I mean, Resident Evil 2 made money. I don't know about Resident Evil 3, though. We don't have that one. I think we only have the Resident Evil 2 remake. I know 8th was asking for it, but I'm almost certain that we didn't buy that. I don't even think we have. I don't think I even bothered to add Resident Evil 2 to my Game Eye. I need to update my Game Eye. I really do. Because my collection is probably even bigger than what I have on here, and it's just because I buy new stuff and I forget to add it. Let me see here. Sony PlayStation 4. Okay, apply. Let's take a look. Let's scroll down to the R's. This will take a while. 260 games to go through. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Resident Evil 2 is in there. Resident Evil 3 is not. Let's see how much Resident Evil 3 can be bought these days. Let's see here. Resident Evil 3 PS4. Well, Resident Evil 2 is new for $17.99, but how about Resident Evil 3? 32. No, that's Xbox One. $29.97. And it's not even Prime. Not even Prime. That's disappointing. Resident Evil 3. $30. Probably get it cheaper on eBay. Let's see. eBay. Let's see. Resident Evil 3 PS4. And we want buy it now price. Shit, $30. $30. Well, I guess we ain't getting that one for 17. What the hell? 50, 40. Why? Did it not sell that many copies? Is it a rarer game than Resident Evil 2? Let's see what's in here. Let's see. Used bestsellers. Let's see here. Avengers, Squadrons, Hitman 3 for PS5, $30. Don't care about that. Okay. No, don't care about that. No, don't care about that. No. Remnant, no. Screw Remnant. Loading more, no. Well, they don't have it either, so. What about COD? GameStop. Let's see what they're selling it for. Let's see here. Resident Evil 3 PS4. Let's see. Resident Evil 3, $34.99 pre-owned. I mean, that game's pretty old at this point. I don't know why it's still $35 used. Maybe one day, 8th. Maybe one day. Whatever. Let's see here. Saturn was the first system to include a time clock battery, and look what happened with that. Well, there wasn't really a problem with the Saturn. With the Saturn, you just had a little door on the back of it. You popped the door open, took the battery out, put a new one in. It's no problem. I don't know why you think it was such a big deal on the Saturn. It wasn't. It was easy as could be. You just popped it open, put a new battery in it. Had a door made just for it on the back. 7th, how does Microsoft afford to put new games on Game Pass? It doesn't. They're losing money on it. Eventually, you know what's going to happen. They're going to increase the price of the membership. Y'all really think it's going to be $14.99 forever? No. 7th, your thoughts on Biomutant game? Well, I pre-ordered it 4 years ago. It's shipping May 25th. If you were to go buy another username, what would you pick? Well, 8th does have other usernames, but I'm sure he's not going to tell you what they are. People had complaints over the Resident Evil 3 remake. It was a short game, missing some of the content from the original. Well, then that would explain why it didn't sell as well, which would explain why, if there's not as many copies of it out there, then that means there's fewer copies to pick up, which would make it hold its price more, whereas with Resident Evil 2, you can get it new for $17.99. 7th, can you please tell me where to buy Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 PS4 digital remaster. Log into PlayStation 4 and search for the word Marvel. If it doesn't show up, then it's not on there anymore and you can't buy it. And I'm pretty sure they never made a physical version of it. I mean, I can go on Amazon and look, but I'm pretty confident they never released a physical release of that. Marvel Ultimate Alliance PS4. Yeah. Yeah. They never made a physical version of it, man. So if it's not on the PlayStation Store anymore, then you're out of luck. Sorry. You'd be better off, getting you like a cheap Xbox One and buying the Xbox 360 version of Marvel Ultimate Alliance. You probably get it for like $10 or $11 by now, used. You already asked me that twice. I don't know why you asked me a third time. 7th, have you ever had gaming fatigue? Yeah, I've had periods where, I wouldn't game for weeks at a time because I was just, burnt out on life in general and just wanted to sit and watch stuff. Seven, do you think a lot of the time gaming fanboys are just casual gamers? Yes. Can't believe that people are eager for Game Pass. Microsoft raising the price in future is obvious. Yeah, I expect it to be at least $20 just anytime. It could happen anytime. I know you want the digital version, but I've answered your question like 3 or 4 times now, Nikki. I don't know. Go on the PlayStation Network logged in on a PS4, not a PS5, and search for the word Marvel. If Marvel Ultimate Alliance doesn't come up, the license expired and it's not available anymore. I want to trade pants. Favorite drug you ever used? I don't use drugs. What are your thoughts on gossip coworkers and how do you put up with them? You don't talk to those coworkers. That's how you deal with that. Did you play Spider-Man PS1 narrated by Stan Lee? Those games are cheesy but fun. I didn't play it on PS1. I played it on Dreamcast, I think. I had the Dreamcast version of it. I don't anymore, but I had the Dreamcast version. And if I remember right, the second one got delayed because it had like the Twin Towers in it, and so then after 9/11, they had to alter the game, and so the second one got delayed to have those changes made or something. I remember reading about it a long time ago. Seventh, do you ever remember that one time Dr. Trey 81 owned Black Bond and he got triggered? I don't remember what Dr. Trey said at the time. No, I don't remember that. Favorite drug you never... How would it be my favorite if I've never used it? Your question beggars logic. Seventh, do you have any emulators and ROMs on your PC? Not on my PC itself, but I do have a little Android-based ROM box that I use for on the rare occasions where I do a retro stream, and it has like everything but Saturn and Dreamcast on it, and it has a bunch of the arcade games and all that. It's called the Super Console X. I had it imported from China just to give me something to do retro streaming when I wanted to do it. It's a lot easier than having to, and cheaper than buying like, a FrameMeister and streaming from the actual consoles and having to go and get those out off the shelf and plug in all the cables and hook it up, and FrameMeisters are expensive as hell. Have you played Xenogears on PS1? I own Xenogears on PS1. It's a good game. Sega said they're interested in bringing back old series. Any series you'd want to see return? The Beyond Oasis, although I think that was actually Atlas and just published by Sega. I want Phantasy Star 5. Screw Phantasy Star Online. Ristar. I'd like to see Ristar back. I'd like Shining the Holy Ark 2. I'd like them to bring back Shining Force, the Shining Force series, but it be actual turn-based strategy like, Final Fantasy Tactics, not some kind of weird action-y reboot. I need to get Xenogears off the PSN store. I bought Vagrant Story a while, but I haven't. I have Vagrant Story physical as well. I have a lot of the PS1 Square RPGs. I've got Brave Fencer Musashi. I've got Vagrant Story. I've got Xenogears. Yeah, I've got a bunch of those classic PS1 RPGs. I've got, which of course I know this isn't Square Enix, but I have Alundra. Yeah, I've got a not all the great ones. I don't have any of the Breath of Fires, but I have a lot of the good ones. Legend of Dragoon. I've got Legend of Dragoon. I've got Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. Final Fantasy Tactics. Yeah, I want to play Tales of Arise too. Looks good. 7th, do you remember that D. Coons guy you tried to debate, but he ended up just agreeing with what you said? He wasn't a bad guy, but he came off as weird. Oh, yeah. He was the one that tried to call me out, and then after I made a response video to him, he just kind of agreed with what I said and disappeared. He portrayed himself as some weird cartoon character thing. Do you trust Jim Ryan? I don't like Jim Ryan as well as like Sean Layden and the previous guys. What's your favorite PlayStation controller? Probably the DualShock 4. I mean, I like the DualSense all right, but it's kind of bulky compared to the DualShock 4. Have you played Crash Twinsanity? Nope. If it wasn't for the fact that he's like a lot older now and Sony tried to sue him because of him making a commercial showing himself playing the Wii, I wish they'd bring Kevin Butler back. I loved the Kevin Butler commercials. Those were great. I have Legend of Legaia. I used to have Legend of Legaia 2 on PS2, but I don't have it anymore. I hope if Sony does backwards compatible that it's not only with PS Now. I want to put a PS2 disc and a PS5. Yeah, good luck with that. I ain't holding my breath. It's not impossible, but I ain't holding my breath, because if they put like a PS2 emulator and PS5 and a firmware update, they're not going to make any money from you playing your old PS2 games. They're going to want to monetize it. I liked the PSP commercials with the kid that said "Step your game up." Yeah, I can't remember his name, but I remember who you're talking about. Little black kid, step your game up. Yeah, I remember those. They came out not long after the Kevin Butler commercial started. I can't remember the name of his character, though. The reason I bought the PS4 Slim was because of the Kevin Butler commercials. Maybe the PS3 Slim, Kevin Butler commercials were already done and over with by the time the original PS4 came out. Sony fired him and then sued him because he made a commercial showing him playing the Wii in a commercial for like Michelin tires or some crap, because the tire company had some kind of special promotional deal going on with Nintendo. So I'm not sure how Kevin Butler would have been the one that was the reason you bought a slim PS4, maybe PS3. Did you hear Gabe Newell at a public event? He got a question about Valve coming to PS5, and he said possibly a collection or third game. I could see that maybe being what he's talking about. Possibly is Half-Life Alyx coming to the PSVR 2. That's probably what he's talking about. I don't think it means, that you're going to have like the Steam store on PS5 or some crap. People that bought PlayStation 5 screwed themselves over without even knowing it. Why do you think that? I've got 2 of them, and I don't have any problems with it. 7th, which bug did you think was the creepiest from King Kong 2005? For me, it's the suggestive-looking worms that vored that guy with a machete. I didn't play that game that much, because at the time it was a 360 exclusive, and I didn't buy a 360 at launch. I got a 360 much later. The digital edition, that is. Yeah, I wouldn't have owned the digital edition. Nope. Did you get the? Yes, I did. It came today. Just a little. It arrived just before the 7thCast started, so I haven't gotten to play it yet. It's sitting in the game room. I haven't even had a chance to install it. It's too bad all the console war drama died out on YouTube. That spat you had with Truth Setting You Free was hilarious. Yeah, I got the upper hand on him on that one. That was some fun stuff. All that's left of that, because after he deleted his videos, I was trying to be nice. I deleted mine. I wish I hadn't now, so there'd be a record of what I did. But I deleted it. And so the only remaining taste of what happened between me and Truth is some cartoon video that a guy made. It's a cartoon of me standing there like this, sipping a drink, and it depicts Truth Setting You Free 3 as this little girl that's standing next to me, and it even has 8th in it as a little boy, and he's playing like in this park in the background, and at one point in the video, the Truth Setting You Free's tears start to fill the video screen with water because he's crying, and it's the actual audio of the Truth Setting You Free going ballistic and bitching at me for like an hour straight, but they've turned the speed of it up high so he sounds like one of Alvin and the Chipmunks, and that video is still on YouTube to this day. I don't remember what it's called, but if you were to look up 7th level Truth Setting You Free, I'm sure it would pop up. I'm going to start installing that Mass Effect for you. Thank you. I meant the movie King Kong 7. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the video game. I kind of miss the video response feature YouTube ones. I do too. Because, it made it to where their audience saw you and your audience saw them. So even if you two were arguing back and forth, it boosted viewer awareness of both of you. And you can't use that as a tool to build an audience anymore. It's not there. And so you can make a response video to somebody, and in all likelihood, no one will ever see it, at least not the people that follow that person. Hey, 7th, I've been trying to drink a gallon of water. It does help a lot. When I start to drink a lot of water, health and energy level went up. Okay. Why did they get rid of that, 7th? Because they wanted to get rid of harassment and whatnot, because, it often wasn't used as just a way of responding to somebody's video. It was often used to like attack that person. And even when it was used the right way, some of these people started to get butthurt about it. And so even if it wasn't an attack, they would still complain about it as though it were an attack. And so rather than try to have to sift through all these response videos to determine what was an attack video and what was not, YouTube just removed it entirely. Oh, and by the way, I almost didn't notice. last hour, and we are currently sitting at $124 in donations. You know what's mind-blowing to me? People that don't realize that you don't own all your digital games, but they still support it. Exactly. If you could move to any other country, where would you move and why? For me, probably Japan. I'd go live in Japan for a year. I'd be interested in living in Scotland for a little while. Maybe Norway, just because I like the scenery. I have a lot of friends in Canada, but I don't think I'd want to live there. One of my coworkers lives up there, but I don't think I'd want to actually live there. Because all of us work by remote and we live all over the place. There's several of them that live in various states across the U.S., and then we have people that live up in Canada too. So it's an international team. Why not Canada? I don't know, man. It's to me, it's just far northern United States, really. And if I wanted to go somewhere else, I'd want to go somewhere that just visually didn't already remind me of where I've already been. So, I'd want to go to Japan, or I'd want to go to the, out in the Highlands in Scotland, or, up around the mountains and the oceans in Norway and Oslo and whatever. Just to see the scenery and to see something different. And, I know we got big mountains in the United States, the Colorado Rockies and all that, but not the same thing. It's not the same thing. I have a sort of fascination with Norway. I don't have any ancestry there that I know of, but for some reason I have kind of a fascination with it. And my fascination with Scotland is because, my ancestry is from Scotland, so... Sweden is chill. We'll see. Thoughts on Bible verse, Leviticus, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know because I don't have every Bible verse memorized. Let me look it up. Keep in mind, I don't really like going into religious topics too strongly. Oh, trying to bait me into a political / religious discussion at the same time. Nice. Nice. I'm in Toronto. Our lockdown has been extended to June. I have a family island up in Canada. I haven't been there since the pandemic. Borders closed. No, I didn't say my favorite restaurant was in Canada. My favorite restaurant was inspired by Canada. It's in Epcot. It's called Le Cellier. It's a Canadian steakhouse. Mass Effect 2 is on 2 discs, data and play. Make sure you switch to the play disc when you come in. Okay. Okay. Oakley dokley. In case anyone was curious, the specific verse that Skyrisius quoted is basically laws about slavery. So it's basically saying if you're going to have slaves, do not enslave fellow Israelites go purchase slaves from from other countries. That's basically the verse that he wanted me to comment on. So it's an obvious religious slash politically loaded verse to be asking me about. And what can I say? During that period of history, it was slavery was a common thing. And so they felt that there needed to be laws about what you could do and couldn't do in regards to slaves. Even so, that's not a statement where it was saying that slavery was condoned or accepted by God. Those are verses that are referring to Israelite law, not God's law. But there are racists out there that try to use verses like that to say that God approved of people owning slaves, but that's not what it was. That's people taking the verse out of context, and then on the other side you have leftists that take that verse and say that how can you accept the Bible when it has God approving of slavery, which it does not. It's there are sections of the Old Testament that are about God's law, and then there's sections of the Old Testament that's about laws that were established by, the Israelites or the Hebrews or whatever you want to refer to them as. So, and there's sections of the Old Testament that are about laws that weren't even by the Israelites, but were laws concerning the countries that they were involved with. So, again, this is one of the reasons why I don't really talk about politics and religion, because usually when somebody asks me about that, they're trying to bait me or get me to state some kind of specific opinion about it, because they're trying to get me caught in something to try to cause drama, and it's just a bunch of bullshit. In short, there's really no reason why anyone would ask me about that verse other than trying to get me to speak about a controversial topic. I'm not stupid. Do you like Henry Cavill as Superman, and do you think Warner Brothers did him dirty? I think he's a great Superman, and yes, Warner Brothers definitely screwed him. If you had a time machine, what period would you travel to? For me, it would be medieval times. I'd go back to the life of Christ. Seventh, have you ever taken Eighth to Toys R Us? I used to take Eighth to Toys R Us all the time. We should all start a cult and unite behind the Prophet Seventh. No. No, no cults, no religion of Seventh. The medieval era was horrible for most people. I used to have a romantic view of it as a kid until I took a history class on it. Yeah, it was pretty nasty time to be alive. But, when you think about it, pretty much every time in history has been a nasty time to be alive. Somebody's always warring with somebody else. Somebody's always mistreating somebody else. It is what it is. It's not the time frame. It's the race that's living in it, which is the human race. And the human race has a consistent history of being irredeemably shitty to each other. Always has been that way, always will be that way. As long as there's the capacity for evil, there will be evil. Period. Latter-day Sevenths. Good God. From 8th. He's not a prophet, lol. He has just read a lot of shit and has an uncanny ability to remember said shit. And I've lived through a lot of history, and history tends to repeat itself, so I can typically look at something and say, this is probably going to happen sometime in the future, and then it happens, and everyone's like, how did you know? There is no magic to it. As far as predicting Game Pass, back in 2008, when Microsoft first established Azure, they had this presentation that they made that was called the Microsoft Home of the Future or something like that. And it was basically a smart home that had everything integrated into a Microsoft system. So it's like Microsoft software ran your refrigerator, it ran your home security system, it ran your phone system, it provided your TV channels and your movie watching and all of that, and everything. And you didn't have a computer anymore. All you had was this central set-top box that connected to the Microsoft network, and that fed everything. So you could run output to it with a keyboard and mouse, and it would act as your computer with all your production software in the cloud and all this other. And it was talking about all this kind of stuff, and it talked about gaming. And I'm like, well, the only way that would work with gaming is if you eliminated all physical media, and video games are either streamed over the internet through some high speed that we don't have yet at that time, or that it was downloading them to some central file server that was in this set-top box to where every node or whatever in the house could all access that library. And so that's when I started talking about games are going to go all digital. Games are going to become like a subscription service, and Microsoft's going to be the first one in the console space to do it. And I said that going on 12 years ago. And here we are. Technically, PS Now came first, but it wasn't what Game Pass is. But it was something that Microsoft had been building towards all the way from the Xbox 360 on up, with the enhancements to Xbox Live and the Xbox Live Arcade and all these things. And Sony, of course, took what they were doing and bought Gaikai and turned it into PlayStation Now, and said, "Here, you can download you can download these games and pay a fee to get into it." And it's a sad thing, but that's the way everything is headed. And Microsoft has been at the forefront of all of it, as far as pushing the console space in that direction. And eventually there won't be a need for a console market anymore at all. Eventually, I can foresee a point where there are no consoles at all, and it's just a service that is installed directly on your TV that's 100% cloud-based, so you don't need a graphics card, you don't need a CPU, you don't need nothing. You just need a TV that can connect to the network, and so there's no more console. It's just you subscribe to Game Pass, you subscribe to PlayStation, you subscribe to whatever, and you just you just buy a controller, and that's it. Am I saying that will definitely happen? No, but that seems to be the direction that a lot of this stuff is headed. No, I don't like seafood. 30-minute warning, folks. We got 30 minutes left. 7th, when you were small, did you ever go in a jumper house? Those things where you go in and jump high. Yeah, bounce houses. And bounce houses. Yes, I've been in bounce houses. Rumors about Microsoft buying Valve. Chances of it happening. There's been rumors of that for going on 20 years. I'll believe it when I see it. Xbox Game Pass, what if it does fail? Like not bringing quality. Well, I don't think it'll be a problem with quality games. It's going to be a problem of whether it becomes profitable or not. And right now, they're not making money on it. They're losing money. Have you ever had people asking you to take off your shades and then you having to explain to them about your eye condition? It happens all the time. It's happened several times on the 7thCast, and it'll continue to happen for years and years. Because for some reason, people think that I'm offended by them saying, "Oh, why you wear glasses indoors, you narcissistic dork, blah, blah, blah." Is what it is. I've been wearing these shades on camera for 12 years. If you ain't figured it out now, what's the point? Why would the market leader follow the footsteps of the market? Well, think about it. It's anything. Whenever Microsoft has a win, or whenever Nintendo has a win, Sony comes out with their version of it. When the Xbox 360 came out, everyone was going nuts over the idea of the achievement system. 2 years later, trophy system. The Wii comes out, huge success, motion controls, here comes the Move. It's not like there's not a history of it. There's no point in trying to, if you're a Sony fanboy, there's no point in trying to damage control it. Just be honest about it. In the past, Sony has ripped off other companies' ideas and made their own version. Sometimes their version is better. Like when the Nintendo 64 controller had one analog stick and Sony came out with the DualShock and made a better controller. Sometimes, like with the Move, not so much better. It is what it is. Thoughts on manifestations? As in ghostly manifestations? Kind of a broad question there. Do you think the future of this world is scary? The future of the world is always scary because you can't see it. Sony posted a trailer for an indie game a few weeks ago called Aztec. It made me think about how we don't see a lot of games in that setting. It was kind of a bloody period of time. And it's a time in history where, you know, we know some about it, but there's a lot about it that we still don't know. It's not exactly a very popular focus in media. You know, you had Apocalypto. That didn't exactly set the world on fire as far as box office returns. Never mind the fact that Mel Gibson in Apocalypto, I think it was was it Apocalypto or was it Braveheart? I think it was Apocalypto. He hid Waldo in a scene. I'm almost certain it was Apocalypto. There's a scene in Apocalypto where there's a bunch of dead bodies lying on a field. And if you look close for a brief second, because Mel Gibson is Mel Gibson, dead Waldo is laying amongst all these dead Aztec or whatever. It's true. Go look it up. Do you like pineapple on your pizza? I have had Hawaiian-style pizza that has barbecue and pineapple on it, and I didn't dislike it. But it's not something that I crave. It's something that we used to sell when I was a chef, and I tried it a couple of times, and I was like, that ain't bad. That ain't so bad. I think it's all right to be mindful of the future, but you should be focusing on the present. Mayan and Incan and Aztec stuff would become popular, bigger in popular culture if there was more and better fiction written about it. But there's not. There's just not a lot. I was a pizza chef for Pizza Hut when I was a teenager, Amir. Have you ever had Mexican style pizza? Sure. I've had it at Mexican restaurants, and I've had it, at like Taco Bell and stuff like that. What about Eighth? Does he like pineapple? I don't know that Eighth has ever had pineapple on his pizza, so I don't know. I do not know. Have you made homemade pizza? No. I just got to my lunch break. I want to hear your opinion of Resident Evil Village. Love it. Well, you're going to have to go all the way back to the beginning of the stream to do that, son. You're going to have to go all the way back, because all the way back is where all that is. If you like beef, what do you prefer? Well cooked or mid rare? I like medium well. Medium well. Little bit of pink in the middle. That's it. Little bit of pink in the middle. We got 23 minutes left. Do you like beef jerky? No, but Eighth does. Eighth eats beef jerky. I think he eats the teriyaki beef jerky, I think. Is the DualShock 4 similar to the DualSense? And the DualSense is basically an evolution of the DualShock 4, but with adaptive triggers and better haptic feedback. Oh, shit. Goodness. Lol, Taco Bell is not Mexican. The Mexican style pizza that I had is a combination of refried beans, cheese, jalapenos, and chorizo. That's why I said, Corbin, I've had Mexican pizza at actual Mexican restaurants, and then I've had their idea of Mexican pizza at Taco Bell. I did say that, Roll back the clock a few seconds. You'll hear it. Never had Taco Bell in my life, but I like Chipotle. When I was a kid, there was two different Mexican fast food places. There was Taco Bell and there was Del Taco. And Del Taco sucked. Taco Bell was Taco Bell. There are some things on Taco Bell's menu that I like. Most of the things on their menu I don't like. But there's a few things. I like their chalupas. I like their cheesy gordita crunches, and I like their taco salads. That's pretty much it. I don't get how people are managing to break the triggers on the DualSenses. I can tell you how they're breaking the triggers, because they're not used to any of the gameplay where it doesn't allow you to push the trigger all the way down. So it gets to a point where the gameplay only allows you to push it halfway. And because they're used to mashing those triggers in Call of Duty and whatnot, they try to force it and it pops the spring loose. That's how they're breaking. Or it strips the gears. Because that whole thing works on a system of gears in there where, it'll run the gear up or it'll run the gear down. And if you're forcing it, then there's a little spring that connects that trigger to the mechanism, and it's this tiny little skinny thing. And if you're trying to force that, you're not only going to strip those plastic gears, but you're going to pop that spring loose, and that's what's breaking the triggers. It's not rocket science. Outback or Longhorn? Longhorn. Outback is okay, but it's overpriced for what it is. And really, Longhorn is overpriced too. My go-to steak place for a long time was Logan's, because they were the most affordable, and they had prime rib on the regular, which is my favorite. But now the Logan's near us has gone out of business, so the only steak place near us is Longhorn. So that's our only choice for steak. Del Taco went out of business, right? I remember seeing that, but never hearing much about it. I don't know. I don't know if they all went out of business or if they only went out of business in certain regions. Do you eat fast food a lot? Like once a week. 7th, I never got the appeal of skinny jeans. Did you? Those things must have caused at least some wedgies in people's lives. Well, do I look like I wear skinny jeans? Or ever did? I haven't played a game where you're not supposed to force the trigger down. Well, yeah, there's some of it that, uh, like Returnal. Returnal, halfway is focused aiming, and going all the way with the trigger is using your alternate fire. Well, I mean, there's steakhouses in Texas that are locally owned, but the only one that we've ate at, the steak sucked. It was called like the Texas Steerhouse Company or some crap. It was down near the mall, and me and Eighth ate there like the first month we lived here, and we're like, well, shoot, for what we're paying, this certainly isn't any better than Logan's. Let's just stick to Logan's. Thoughts on Jennifer Grey? Jennifer Grey. Is that the actress that played Wilma on Buck Rogers in the 25th Century? If so, it'd be a shame if someone donated $900 at the last second. No one's going to do that, Ultra Still, so quit trying to hint about it. You're not going to convince anybody to give me $900. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. I'm not good enough to get a $900 donation. I'm not compelling or entertaining enough for a $900 donation. I'm still amazed by the night that I got 473. Seventh, do you think Sigourney Weaver was gorgeous around the time of... I've never found Sigourney Weaver attractive. I think she's a great actress. But even in Ghostbusters, I didn't think she was like, attractive or anything, because she's just kind of skinny. There's not a whole lot of meat on her bones. She doesn't have much in the way of a figure, and she has kind of a skeletal face. Have I experienced any stick drift on the DualSense, I assume is what you're asking. No. I'll give you $900 in exchange for your entire game collection. Let me show you something. I'm going to show you what a bad deal that would be for me. Or I'm going to try. Let's see. See if you can see this. See that little blue number up in the corner there? I'm trying to get it to focus on it. But that tells you what my console collection is worth. And unfortunately, I can't get it to focus enough to where you can see it. But it's that little blue number right there. My collection, not including the cost of the consoles themselves, just the games. The book value. In other words, if I was able to sell all my individual games for what they're actually worth on like price charting, what they're going on average for eBay or whatnot, is $47,761. So please understand that $900 is not something that I would consider. Do you like Philly cheesesteak? Not especially. Jennifer Grey is the actress from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Oh, no. No. Not my type. Plus, she's got that hook nose. I haven't played my Switch in a while. My most played games on the system are Final Fantasy 12 and 9. This stuff about 400 hours of life in the triggers and sticks is BS. I have well over 400 hours on both my controllers, and the sticks work perfect. Yeah, exactly. I haven't had any drift. I mean, think about how many hours... Listen, about this 400-hour thing, okay? Think about how many hours that I have put into my DualShock 4s. My DualShock 4s have no drift, none. And the mechanism that deteriorates and causes drift, it's the exact same mechanism in the DualSense that's in the DualShock 4. It's the same model and everything. Same one. Oh, and by the way, it's also the exact same mechanism that's in the Xbox controllers. It's the same one. But you don't hear the Xbox fans talking about that. But it's the exact same component. Seventh, how would you clean drifting issues with analog sticks for PS4 controllers? Well, it's not just cleaning. It's also just there's little components that can pop loose, and you just have to pop them back in there, and various other little things that you can do to maintenance those. But I've never had an issue with it. I've never had an issue with it. But then, I tend to be more precise. I don't do a lot of mad movements and whatnot, and I'm certainly not trying to play a fighting game with them. And I'm not playing Call of Duty and all this stuff. And sometimes you see people that are playing those kind of online multiplayer shooters, and they're just banging those sticks against the sides of the control wells and everything. I don't do that. So, I don't have that problem. I don't have that problem on any system. My PS4 controllers always mess up for no reason. I haven't had any issues. Are you getting the black and red DualSenses? I'm not in any rush to buy another controller at this time. I don't need them. The ones I have are working fine. You know where they get that 400 hours from? That 400 hours is the estimated breakdown time of that little mechanism that controls the input for the analog stick. That little box that the stick sticks down in. And the way they come up with that is when they were doing product testing for that component, they sat there with an automated thing that just sat and did this number constantly, nonstop. And it took 400 hours of this with this little, automated robot thing or whatever that was doing this number and doing this number for 400 hours straight. And on average, 400 hours is what it took for that component to break. That's where that number comes from. And once again, exact same component that's in your Xbox Series S controllers, your Xbox Series X controllers, your Xbox One controllers. It's that same little piece. Well, I believe there's an afterlife, Skyrisius, but that doesn't, just because someone with a 230 IQ believes it doesn't mean anything, because IQ is not so much how smart you are, but it's your capacity to be smart. You can have a 230 IQ and be a complete idiot if you're not using it. And again, like Lord Eighth said there, intellect and faith are two mostly disconnected things. Why do they all use that manufacturer? because that's just the same. It's the same basic same component that they've been using for multiple generations now, and it's just had slight modifications and improvements made to it by that manufacturer. And again, that doesn't mean that after contrary to what Xbox fans will tell you, that doesn't mean that your controller is going to break after 400 hours of use. It means that one little component, when they were testing it for its quality, having it doing this for 400 hours straight, they tended to break. Now think about it. Think about it. When you're playing a game, are you constantly going like this through the whole game? No, you're not. So stop worrying about it. If you do play your games that way, you probably need to bone up on your motor control skills. Because damn. 7th, do you think that Five Nights at Freddy's movie will only be good if Scott takes an 80s approach to horror movies like Poltergeist, Nightmare on Elm Street, etc.? Jump scares alone won't be enough. I don't know, man. I feel depending on how the script and everything, I feel like that could end up turning into an attempt at a horror comedy that has neither horror or comedy in it. Because that question drawn out could lead to an assumption that only dumb people have faith in religion, so kind of a baity question, which you've done a couple of times. Yeah. Random question, why are phony people more likable than genuine people? I don't really find that to be true, because I tend to be able to pick up on phonies fairly quickly, and it's usually a person that I don't particularly care for, because of the fact that I pick up on the fact fairly early that they're a fraud. I would say that that anyone who feels that phony people are more likable are because the people who think that phony people are more likable are incredibly gullible and a general bad judge of character. Easily duped, in other words. Hopefully with the next Switch, new joysticks will be in it. I don't know, man. I don't know. All these companies have been using this same provider for years for that stuff. And you know how things go. You know, they go to the lowest bidder, whoever offers them the lowest price. But I mean, it's just like with cars. You know, cars, they tell you that you have an expected life expectancy of that car, and yet you've got people that are driving cars around that have 400,000 and 500,000 miles on them. So I mean, you know, like I said, those numbers are based on averages that come from in-factory focus testing on individual parts, where they intentionally try to break the part and then they rate it by how many hours it took on average for that part to break. But the amount of wear and tear that they put on those tests is not typically reflective of what actual human wear and tear on that part would be. Yeah, I don't know about Mortal Kombat 12. I don't know. 5-minute warning, folks. We got 5 minutes left. Darkseid or Thanos? Who wins? I don't know. I think Darkseid would win, depending on who had the whether Thanos had the Infinity Gauntlet or not. So it would kind of boil down to a regular fist fight. I think Darkseid would win. If Thanos had the Infinity Gauntlet and Darkseid had the anti-life equation, who knows? Who knows? What's your favorite mech game? Not really into the mech stuff all that much. So if I was going to pick one, I'd probably say like Front Mission 4. I really liked Front Mission 4. Four-minute warning, everybody. 4-minute warning. Later, Master Millions. By the way, there was no gas problem with Texas, right? Not that I'm aware of. I didn't see anybody sitting in line for gas around here. Thoughts on Vector Man for Genesis? Didn't like it. Thoughts on Death Stranding? Haven't played it. Eighth liked it. Eighth likes it a lot. It's one of his favorite games. Later, Lulzor. 7, thoughts on Wicker Man with Nicolas Cage. It's one of the most unintentionally funny horror movies that was ever made. Movie's hilarious. I've watched it multiple times. I laugh my ass off every time. Ugh, my eyes. A lot of eye problems tonight. Rocket Knight Adventures. Rocket Knight Adventures is okay. It's not one of my favorite platformers, but it's all right. All right, I'm out. Take care. See you later, Amir. Should I get a 3080 or the 6800 XT? I'm sure 8th would tell you to get the 3080. Later, Jacoby. Down to the 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. We're almost there. We're almost there. Pop my neck. Whew. Popped my neck. Later, last to first. See ya, Ultra Steel. 1-minute warning, everybody. If you got a last-minute question to get it in now. Because we're about to close down shop. We're about to close down shop. Is the Mass Effect bundle in PS4? You mean digitally? I don't know. I mean, the Legendary Edition is available on PS4. I bought it. Will you make it next week for 7thCast? I plan to. I certainly plan to. And that's it. It is midnight for an ass-numbingly long 6-hour stream. Actually, over 6 hours when you consider that I started 5 minutes early. I thank everybody that donated. I appreciate it. I will attempt to be back, of course, next week. Can't always guarantee it because of work. But I will certainly try to be here next week. So be thinking about all the stuff that you want to ask me about. Write them down. Keep them on a notepad next to your computer so you got them ready to go. And I will hopefully see you guys then. Same 7th time, same 7th.